All right, let's get everything started, you guys. The Solid Waste 2023 to 2024 Special Assessment Meeting for Tuesday, September 26, 2023, 6:40 p.m. is called to order at 6:42 p.m. We're going to start with a moment of silent meditation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May I please have roll call, please?
Roll call, Mayor Nickerson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Perella,
Here.
Councilperson Erbaum is not here yet. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, Councilperson Martin.
Present.
Also present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, Christia Liu, Village Manager, and Joseph Geller, Village Attorney. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Do I have approval of the agenda? Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Hearing none, moving on. Moving on to the resolution. This is the adoption of the non-ad valorem. Attorney Geller, if you can read that into the record for us, please.
Resolution of the Mayor, Village Council, Village of El Portal, Miami-Dade County, Florida, adopting the rates for solid waste and recycling services in the Village of El Portal, as indicated in attachment A. Proposing solid waste and recycling assessment for property located within the Village of El Portal for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2023. Approving the rate of assessment for the budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. Fixing the time and date for final adoption of the assessment, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. This is about recycling and solid waste. Pretty.
The typo.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. Pretty procedural, but does anybody have any questions or comments?
No.
You guys good? Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the rate has gone up, yes?
For the solid waste,
Yes.
it went up. I think it was last year it went up, but it wasn't, not for this year. It didn't go up. It went up last year or the year before, but it didn't go up from this where we are currently to the new fiscal year. It's not going up, no.
Say that loud. Got
From
complaints on
where
it.
we are currently to the new fiscal year, it's not going up. No, it went up a couple of years ago, I believe. And we didn't bring it up a couple of years ago because the waste company, they said it was more expensive to collect the waste, so they raised their prices.
That's right. That's exactly right. Thank you, sir. I wanted that for the record.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Anybody else? You guys good? Council, you guys okay?
Good.
Okay. Anybody from the audience? Hearing none. May I have a motion to approve the resolution adoption of the non-ad valorem? Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call, Councilperson Martin,
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, Vice Mayor Perella. Yes. Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Good and welfare. If anybody has come, if anybody wants to come up and talk about anything at all, now's your time to do so. We do have 2 more meetings after this. You guys will get a chance to speak. I'm hearing none. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. The special assessment meeting for the solid waste 2023-2024 for Tuesday, September 26, 2023 is adjourned at 6:46 p.m. Let's move right into the next meeting, you guys. Everybody good? Okay. There we go. You good? Okay. Here we go. The Village of El Portal second final budget hearing for 2023-2024 fiscal year for Tuesday, September 26, 2023 is called to order at 6:47 p.m. We've already had a moment of silent meditation. We've already had the Pledge of Allegiance in the previous meeting. Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call, please?
Roll call. Mayor Nickerson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Perella. Councilperson Earlbaum not here yet. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Martin.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I have a motion to approve the agenda. Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. Moving on. We have consent agenda here. It's approval of the previous minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin for a consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. Resolutions, Attorney Geller. Final adoption of the ad valorem.
Well, we'll read into the record first that the rollback rate is 7.0257 mils. The proposed adopted rate is 8.3000 mils, and that is 18.14% above the rollback rate. Resolution, F1, final adoption of the ad valorem tax rate, second reading. Resolution of the Mayor and Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, Miami-Dade County, Florida, adopting final levying of ad valorem taxes of 8.3000 mils, which is more than the rollback rate of 7.0257 mils by 18.14% for the Village of El Portal, Miami-Dade County for fiscal year 2023-2024, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for effective date.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. Appreciate that. For the ad valorem rate, you guys, is there any questions or comments from the council?
No?
Yes.
Okay, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
For the record, the ad valorem rate is still at 8.3.
Absolutely.
And I need to say that because the village just wanted to know, did we increase it? And no, we did not. We have not increased it since this council has been on the dais, and we are not expecting to increase it. And Mayor, I have other comments, but I wanted you to know that.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Appreciate that. Anybody else in the council for the ad valorem? Hearing none. Anybody in the audience for the ad valorem? Any comments, questions? Hearing none. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution, final adoption of the ad valorem? Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes?
Vice Mayor Perella.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I wanted to do this and forgot in the process. Notice the proposed tax increase. The tax levy is all in one, yes?
Yes.
Yes, it's all in one. Now, if somebody asks, you all said less tax reduction due to value of adjustment board. That is not the same what we're talking about. We're talking about an ad valorem rate that we are not changing. But yes, our budget has increased. Is that fair to say, sir?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Resolution adoption of the budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. Attorney Geller, read that to the record for us, please.
Yes, sir. F2, resolution of the Mayor and Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, Miami-Dade County, Florida, adopting and approving the annual operating budget of $4,159,647 for fiscal year 2023-2024, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for effective date.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller, for the budget. Any questions or comments from the council? Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
I'd like the accountant to explain why we have a higher budget than we did a year ago. It's like we had for this term around, explain what had to be done. Is that yeah, you're here, I see you, hi. What had to be done and why it has increased, and it is gonna be felt, it will be felt by the residents because it is higher than it was the previous year. Not ignoring what you're about to say.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Harry Taubenfeld, Chief Financial Officer for the Village of El Portal. To answer your question, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, yes, the budget, there was an increase. The millage rate did not increase to the residents. However, yes, property taxes did increase due to the increase in the property value. With that, though, there were expenses. In addition to that, though, our expenses did increase somewhat year over year. Mainly, not to go into great detail, but throughout all the various departments, we're looking at enhancing certain services, as well as payroll adjustments and increases, as well as other requirements that the village, mandatory requirements that the village takes on a year-in, year-out basis.
As well as inflation increases.
I'm sorry, sir?
As well as inflation increases.
As well as inflation
Inflation,
increases. That goes without saying. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So when you factor all these items, you'll have individual increases in individual line items throughout the budget.
That's a good summation, it really is. What I'm trying to get over to people to understand, we didn't do anything to just simply say we want a higher budget. The fact that the neighborhood is accepting real estate suggestions about how to sell their houses, their homes, is why we have this jump, correct?
That is correct. A
And-
majority of the increase is due to the ad valorem increase, due to the property tax increase. Property value increase, I'm sorry.
The property values, not
Value
has
increase.
anything to do
Property
with.
value increase, yes,
It's the
I'm sorry.
property value, so let's be clear, everybody. We did not, we will not advocate people. Example, I paid $67,000 to live in my 3-bedroom, 2-bath, no garage house. I have gotten more calls than I want to even imagine, asking, do I want to sell my house? I do not have a sign in my house. I do not intend to sell my house. And yet I'm getting these phone calls for, we can get your house for $200,000, $300,000. Every single time, I'm saying it for the record, every single time someone sells their house for property values way far more than what you did, you're doing it to yourself. We are not doing that. The council did not do that. I had enough people call in and say, why are you all trying to strip us? We did not do that. This is the real estate market. You either say yay or nay to it, or they will increase your property values. They may even buy it for cheap and sell it for double. I got properties in my neighborhood, 415 Northwest 88th Terrace, right behind my colleague here, or right in front of my colleague here. $2 million. $2 million. That's what's making everything go wacky. It's not us. Am I saying that right? It is not the city.
That is correct.
It's not the city that's making this. It's not the city that's proposing this. It's not the city that's saying, raise your, we did not do that. The village council did not do that. The administration, am I right? The administration did not propose that. The attorney did not propose that. That is people that are moving out of the village. They're doing that. No more phone calls, no more arguments. Talk to your neighbors about what they're doing because they want to get that whatever. Well, wait until tax season come, and they'll feel what they did when they sold their house. I see some people out there shaking their head. I must have got some realtors in here. Then they'll understand where the burden is really leaving. But this village is not, this council is not advocating putting you out your home or that you destroy the other people's properties by hurricaning up. I don't know how you do that. The value of your property. It's not us. Thank you.
Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much,
Thank you.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have any other questions or comments from the council? Hearing none. Do I have any questions or comments from the audience? Seeing, hearing none. Do I have a motion to approve resolution adoption of the budget fiscal year 2023-2024?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Martin. Do I have a second?
Relook.
Second by Vice Mayor Perrella. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Vice Mayor Perrella. Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, you guys. Good and welfare right now. Anybody can come up and talk about anything that they want to at all, anything in the world. We do have a meeting after this where you all will be able to speak and speak about anything. for this particular good and welfare? Seeing, hearing none. Oh, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
I must be the only person they like to talk to. Climate change. I'm a victim. I have eczema. Everybody know what the eczema is? Yeah, okay. So you know I'm miserable right now, right? Try to stay out of the heat. It's good and welfare. This is good and welfare. Try to stay out of the heat. It is climate change. There's nothing we can do about it. Try to stay out of the heat. I'm under therapy right now because of the eczema. It's pretty serious. And if anybody want to know what eczema does and what it looks like, come see me after the council meeting. It is hot. Try to not to be out in the sun too much. It's not normal. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. I believe we had a motion. I believe we also had a second, you all, correct? You seconded? Right. Oh, yo, sorry about that. How are you
Well,
doing? I didn't know you
hello.
snuck up on me.
I did. That's what I do. I'm sneaky that way.
The floor is yours. Say your name and address for the record.
Joan Hector, 260 Northeast 88th Street. Just want to throw it out there. It seems to me like our roads are really looking pretty rough in the village. And I'm curious if anything's in the works about that, because when I walk the dog, man, there are potholes and you can see layers and layers of old asphalt down there. So I wanted to bring it up because it'd be nice if they looked better.
Yes. We
And not so bumpy either.
Yes. We hear you. We appreciate that. You know, resources is always something. We did, Madam Manager, and I'm just, you know, we're always honest here. Madam Manager, we did supposedly receive, and it's funny because something came up last week and we got an email today about some stuff, but we did supposedly, we're going to receive $840,000 to resurface roads. Particularly, we had one going from east to west. Then, when we went to like call in to go pick up our money, they were like, where is it at? We were like, well, we have the okay from a particular congresswoman that wears big hats. And they were like, well, she reneged after it was passed through DC. She took it out to give it to somebody else after we already had it allocated. So we're still working on that. And yes, we did bring almost $1 million in for that once, and we have some more stuff coming in soon. And like I said, we got an email today about some stuff that we're going to be talking about next week with Washington, D.C. So yes, we're working on that. Anybody else for good and welfare? All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
if
Councilperson.
it be appropriate, I'm going to re-emphasize the flyer that went out a couple of weeks ago, campaigning for the freebie transportation. Those of you that may not know it, that is El Portel's bus. How many people didn't know we had a transportation downtown? Oh, everybody knew that? Enough said. The smartest way to get from El Portel to downtown Miami is free. It's the freebie. They're there from Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. They bring them back again, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. I hope you enjoy the ride. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Any other good and welfare, you guys? All right. Seeing, hearing none. We had a motion. We had a second. All in favor say aye for adjournment.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. The budget of El Portal, the Village of El Portal final budget hearing for the fiscal year 2023-2024 is adjourned at 7:01 p.m. Do we want a quick break? You guys need to set up also, right? Need a quick break. Let's take a quick break before we start our council meeting. Even though it's 7:01, we could possibly start it now. But we'll take a quick 5-minute break, you guys. Bathroom break, and you guys set up. And then we'll start the council meeting in 5 minutes.
Okay. We're good.
All right. Everybody good? Okay. All right, the regular council meeting for Tuesday, September 26, 2023 is called to order at 7:09 p.m. We've had two meetings prior to this where we already did the silent meditation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, may I please have roll call, please?
Roll call, Mayor Nickerson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Perella. Councilperson Erbaum.
Present.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Councilperson Martin.
Present.
Also present for the record, Janice Jacoby, Village Clerk, Christia Liu, Village Manager, Joseph Geller, Village Attorney. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Appreciate that. Next is the approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. Next is good and welfare. You guys will all get a chance to speak for any agenda item you want to. But this is a good and welfare for things on the agenda, so it's just another time for you all to speak if you want to. Does anybody have anything that they want to say? Come up, you can say your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to do so. Say whatever you want to say, but for each agenda item, you will have the opportunity to speak. Okay. Seeing or hearing none, moving on. Consent agenda, this is just the minutes from the last meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Erbaum. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none. Moving down to the resolutions. We are on the Sanctuary Village site plan item. Attorney Geller, before they get started, read the resolution into the record for us. Thank you very much, please.
Item G1, resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval to repurpose and renovate the existing building at 205 Northeast 87th Street in Zone 4, Main Street, in the Village of El Portal. Application of Sanctuary Village LLC, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for violation of conditions, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. All right, so I'm going to let them do their presentation. I want to just say something really quickly before they get started. I know we have a lot of visitors here. Everybody will get their chance to speak. It's good to see you all here. I do want to say very, very quickly that I want to, while we listen to them and while we listen to their presentation, I want us to try to, kind of like find the details of what we may agree with or may not agree with, and so when you all come up, just try to hit on whatever it is. Now, you might say that you don't want anything there at all, right? That's, your prerogative. If that's the case, you're welcome to do so. But the reason why I'm saying this is because I got a call, I've had a few calls, but I got a call a little bit earlier today, and a resident said, hey, Mayor, she said, I'd be willing to support the, the new development going into the church. She said, if you could guarantee me that there would not be one more car that would impact that that area. And I said, well, if something's abandoned and then if something opens up, even if you're just talking about employees, there's probably going to be at least one car that's going to impact that area. And so I'm trying to avoid those type of things, so while we listen to them, let's focus on, if you hear something they say, let's focus on, oh, I don't like that, what they just said. Let me comment about that. And I don't like these 3 things that they said, because those things that they said that you might not agree with, there might be room for negotiation, or there might be room to alter that, or maybe something like, oh, I don't like how the traffic pattern looks. Can we change the traffic pattern? It's like, oh, well, maybe they could talk to the county already, and the traffic pattern can be changed, or maybe it can't be changed because the county won't allow. So let's just focus on those type of things so that we're not here all night just talking about things that just, are unbelievable type of thing. All right, everybody, let's get started.
Mayor, I need to swear witnesses.
Okay, go ahead.
We have several quasi-judicial items tonight, not just this one, any of this planning and zoning items. So everyone who is going to give any testimony, please stand so you can be sworn.
Even if you think you might give testimony or you might want to speak, stand up for any of these items that might be
You're
tonight.
not obligated to still speak, but if you're going to,
Yeah.
you think you might,
If you think you might, just stand up, just in
raise
case.
your right hand, please repeat after me. I, and state your name.
I, David Coviello,
Do hereby solemnly swear
do hereby solemnly swear
that the testimony I will give tonight
Thank you very much, Attorney Gill. I appreciate that. The floor is yours.
Great. Mayor, council members, David Coviello with law offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here on behalf of the applicant this evening. I want to first recognize our team members here, our architects, Elm Arc, our civil engineers, Chen Moore, our traffic engineer, DC Engineers, and most importantly, the ownership group, Elm Spring. With that, we have a brief PowerPoint presentation that I'll go through, and then we'll be happy to answer questions from the council. Next slide, please. You're all familiar with the existing conditions, and I know you're all familiar with the property itself, the former Radar Methodist Church and School, which has been vacant for over 15 years. The property lies at a very visible location in the village between Northeast 87th Street and Northeast 88th Street along Northeast 2nd Avenue. You see it there on the right side. Next slide. This evening, there are two requests before you. Actually, Mr. City Attorney, can we cover both items in one presentation? I realize I have to vote separately, but I don't want to.
Sir, well, yeah, they have to vote separately. but
Understood, yeah.
If there's no objection from the council, you're allowed to join the presentations together. So
Understood.
that you can get it out there in the interest of time, so to allow everybody more time to speak. Yes.
Okay. Mayor, where did he go? Mayor, is that okay with you if we do one presentation for both? Yes. Okay. So there's two requests before you. Number one, the site plan approval. That's for the adaptive redevelopment of the church with a mixed-use commercial project. As noted on the slide, the project fully complies with the permitted uses and all the standards in your zoning code. That is the Main Street zone. We're not asking for any variances or waivers. And in fact, the project is well below the allowable square footage that would be allowed under this zoning district. I think we're at somewhere at 26,000 square feet, whereas in excess of 100,000 square feet would be permitted under the zoning district. The second item is a special exception. The sale of alcohol in restaurants is allowed in the zoning district. There is a perimeter of 300 feet for churches, schools, and childcare facilities. We did a distance survey, and there is one childcare facility within the radius. That's Miss Claudia's. For the record, Mayor and Council, we did reach out to the former mayor. We provided her the plans, and I am not aware of any concerns. I don't know if she's here or not. I don't see her. But we did reach out to her. Next slide. In terms of the project details, as I said, this is an adaptive reuse of the existing building, which is an important point that we'll get into in a few slides. It's going to remain as a two-story structure with the surface parking in the rear, just as it exists today. The mixture of uses, we're looking at office on the second floor, roughly 11,000 square feet, retail and restaurants on the first floor, and then, as I said, the surface parking, 78 spaces, primarily in the rear yard. And then a key component is also, which you can see on the site plan, which we'll look at on the next slide, is a community courtyard gathering space on the front that really activates Northeast 2nd Avenue. We think that's going to be a nice amenity for the village, folks to meet up, have coffee, lunch, et cetera. Again, all the uses are permitted as of right under the zoning, and all uses are consistent with the village's vision for Northeast 2nd Street, or 2nd Avenue, I'm sorry. Next slide. Here's a visual of the site plan, which is also on the board here. Again, the existing building is remaining in its current configuration. The surface parking is in the rear of the lot on the east side, and then you have that large courtyard on the front, which again activates Northeast 2nd Avenue. Next slide. I won't spend a lot of time on the specific review criteria in your code. We've outlined compliance with all the relevant criteria in our letter of intent, and the village has also done so in their comprehensive staff report. Your village professional staff is recommending approval, and under the law, I should note that staff's recommendation is deemed to be substantial competent evidence to support an approval. Your planning and zoning committee, some members of which are on the council, also recommended approval. And most importantly, the project is consistent with the village's vision as set forth in the 2013 Village Charrette and the comprehensive plan. Next slide. This is a visual of the 2013 Village Charrette on the right side. You can see the subject property outlined in orange. It's really a focal point within the vision for Main Street. And during that process, we had residents and stakeholders come together, and their goal for Northeast Second Avenue was to transform it into a vibrant mixed-use corridor, a downtown, if you will. Next slide. The 2013 vision was then formalized and formally implemented in the village's comprehensive plan. You see two policies on the left side. Again, policies that want to encourage mixed-use development along Northeast Second Avenue. And then the second policy, which is to promote a mixed-use office and commercial uses along Second Avenue. And on the right side, there was actually a specific call for private developers to come forward. And you see on the last bullet point there, they wanted to reconstruct Northeast Second Avenue and the properties that abut it as a transition from Main Street and Miami Shores to a small-scale mixed-use fabric in El Portal. And this project is certainly consistent with both the 2013 charrette and the comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. So in approaching this project, the owners wanted to be sensitive to the existing fabric of the village, so compatibility was key. It was important to maintain that delicate balance between the single-family properties that exist today and the single-family nature of the community. At the same time, balance that with the vision to activate Northeast Second Avenue into a main street. The adaptive reuse of the existing building maintains the massing that's consistent with the existing character of the neighborhood. Again, there's sufficient parking to prevent spillage into the neighborhood. And the location of the parking in the rear also serves as a nice transition between the commercial and the residential to the east. The traffic impacts were fully analyzed. Levels of service are maintained. As I said, our traffic engineer is here this evening, and she'll be happy to answer any questions you have on the traffic. Next slide, please. So at the last meeting, there was a few questions regarding the buffer between the residential, primarily to the east and also to the north. It's important to understand that because we're keeping the existing building in its current configuration, the setback is actually much, much greater than would be permitted under your current code. Under your current code, you could actually build an accessory building 5 feet from the rear property line, which is the east property line, and 20 feet for the principal building. We're providing a 145-foot setback. Excuse me. Again, parking in the rear provides that natural transition between single-family and commercial uses. You're not having, 2, 3-story buildings that are abutting the single-family. The surface parking adds as a transition. I should point out that has worked quite well for Miami Shores and their downtown. You often see surface parking in the rear of the commercial buildings that abut the single family. And on top of that, the applicant has decided to put a 6-foot masonry wall and landscaping to further buffer the eastern boundary. You see that noted on the plan. Next slide, please. This is a good visual taken directly from your code. It just shows the massing and the building placement that could be permitted on this property if we were to level the property and start from scratch. As I said, you can build 2 stories right up against the east property line, just 5 feet from the property line, and a building envelope of over 100,000 square feet. Again, this is significantly less square feet than we are proposing, and we're also proposing the generous buffers that I discussed previously. Next slide. Also at the last meeting, there was concerns raised regarding the use of 88th Street, in particular vehicles exiting the site and then traversing east on 88th Street. It is a narrow road, admittedly, and our traffic consultant has looked at that, and all indications are that people leaving the property are going to look to roadways that are connected in a regional nature, like Northeast 2nd Avenue and Northeast 87th Street, which leads directly to Biscayne. So we don't anticipate a large volume of traffic traveling east on 88th Street. Next slide. There are significant public benefits. Obviously, we're repurposing an otherwise vacant building in a very prominent area of the village. we're also retaining one of the most prominent buildings in the village. The development also is going to serve as a potential catalyst for other mixed-use development, again, to fulfill that vision of the village for Main Street along Northeast Second Avenue. That's in the comp plan. And we're also converting the property from septic to sewer with a privately funded pump station and water and sewer infrastructure, which I know has been a focus for the village. Next slide. Some of the details on the septic to sewer conversion. With respect to water, we're adding 382 linear feet of water main along 88th Street. And with respect to sewer, we're including a new 8-inch sanitary sewer main that connects to the Miami Shores sewer main. So certainly others, whether it's private property owners or the village, could utilize that infrastructure and make future connections. Next slide. In conclusion, there's two words that may seem conflicting: maintain and transform. And I think in this case, the project has the unique ability to maintain and also transform. We maintain the village character and the essence that makes El Portal so special, maintains a prominent building within the village, maintains the massing and scale that's consistent with the village, and yet also begins that transformation along Northeast Second Avenue into a vibrant mixed-use Main Street that the village is desiring through its comprehensive plan. We believe it's a win-win for all, and our team is here to answer any questions you may have, and we would respectfully ask for your approval this evening. Thank you. Sorry for my hoarse voice. I don't know what happened.
Did you want to add anything to it, or you just working the computer? All right, so this is how we're going to do this. First, I'm going to go to the council for any questions or comments that you all have. Then we'll go to the audience for all of their questions and comments. Then we'll come back to the council before we, wrap it up, okay? Just because I know our audience, they're so smart, our residents, that they might say things that we'll be like, I didn't think about that way. So then we'll come back and we'll finish with us. So we're going to start with us right now, and then we'll go to them, then we'll finish up with us, all right? So it's open to you all, questions or comments.
I will. The only comment I have is I'm anxious to hear what the residents have to say.
That was my comment as well. I really want to hear what everyone in the room has to say.
Yeah, that's right. Our planning and zoning department head is here also. Scarlett, come on up. From Corradino Group. Go ahead, Councilperson Urban.
Oh no, we were saying that we're anxious to hear from the residents as well. So.
Yeah. Anybody else from the council? You guys want me to go straight to the residents first?
I would
Well,
prefer
You're
it.
going to put your
Okay.
staff report into evidence, though, right, man?
Yeah. Yeah. No problem. Scarlett, go ahead and read the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Scarlett Hammonds with the Corradino Group. I really concur with basically everything that was presented by the applicant. As you know, it's an existing two-story building built in 1952, and the area of the building is a little over 30,000 square feet, and it was previously a religious facility, and the property is 87,700 square feet, and that's a little over 2 acres in size. And obviously, it's currently vacant for, as the applicant said, for 15 years. This proposed project will consist of office space, and that will be the largest use of the space of over 11,000 square feet. And it will also have retail of 7,000 square feet and 2 restaurants for a total of 7,584 square feet. Based on the site development standards, again, as noted by the applicant, the project meets all the criteria of the zoning code, and they're requesting no variances at this time. And based on the requirement of the code, the proposed restaurant will be within 300 square feet of a daycare facility, and a special exception approval is being requested at this time. The village does have limits for the hours of operation for establishments serving alcohol, and that should be noted that the alcohol is also an ancillary use for food service for the restaurants, which will be the primary use. And again, to reiterate, the Planning and Zoning Committee recommended approval in the June meeting, and it's still the recommendation from planning staff that this is recommended for approval for both the site plan application and the special exception. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scarlett.
Miss-
Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I do have a question after saying all that. I reviewed the meeting minutes from that June Planning and Zoning meeting, and I'm super happy that the presenters addressed some of the issues that were brought forward. There was one still left out there. Someone asked about the feasibility of adding pay by phone to some of those parking spaces that are available. So when you guys get back up, after everyone is able to give us their thoughts, I would love for someone to address that. And that's it for my comment.
Thank you.
Mayor, you should also accept the staff report into evidence.
Yes, I do accept the staff report into evidence for the record. Thank you very much, Councilperson Martin. Anybody else from the council? Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
I'd be curious to know how many people really live in El Portal that's in the audience. Would you just raise your hand? Okay. Okay. Everybody else that does not live in El Portal, can you raise your hand? I thought so. Okay.
All right. There we go. We have a countdown. All right. So that being said, any other questions from the council? Questions or comments before I move back? I'm coming back to us at the end, you guys. All right.
You're gonna come back to us, right?
Coming back to you.
All right.
All right. All right. That being said, this is how this is gonna go. I'm gonna have you, Scarlett. Don't go anywhere, Scarlett. Hold on. You just stand right there and chill. I'm gonna have you come over here.
Okay.
We're gonna give you the mic right there. We're gonna give you the cordless mic. You just chill right there. You're gonna stay like in that general area just in case we have questions for you.
Got it, okay.
You can step up to the side if you want to,
Sure.
and we'll
For
have the
people to
residents.
come
You
up.
all will go to that mic.
Got it.
All right, because he's gonna be one to answer like most of your primary questions. Okay. All right, so we're gonna do it like that. Before I go out to our residents and our audience members, I did, like I said, I got a call from a few residents. I did have a resident that brought up a good point, and what she was saying was, and this is for you, question number one. What she was saying was she was worried about noise and noise pollution, and she was saying that she knows a lot of restaurants that they'll do things like they'll have noise, like music playing outside. And she was just like concerned about that. She said, "Are you guys going to be playing music outside? Do you know anything about that?"
Yeah, I don't
About
know that.
music
and
being played outside.
The client
or
can
anything?
certainly come up and speak to that, but I don't know that we've gotten to that level. But the restaurants are all geared towards that courtyard, which faces Northeast Second Avenue, and it's sort of enveloped by the building. So, you know, I don't know that noise would be an issue there in terms of the impact on the residential properties. You know, there may be background music in the courtyard, for example, but I don't think that they're intending to have outside loud music.
So, if I may, just for your benefit, right here, sorry. For your benefit, the source of that concern is two primary sources. One is the Citadel, which is not far. I'm sure you're familiar with that location. So there is a rooftop terrace where they do have live music. I live just a couple blocks down over here, and I can hear the music. It's not obnoxious from where I live, but I can hear it from my house many blocks, means the other side of the canal. And so, so that is point number one in terms of our residents have experienced now. Sound does travel considerably. The other is the skate park at 83rd Terrace, and that situation is a little more problematic because it is a much higher decibel level. It is a much more frequency. It is much later hours. You know, it's a compounding issue that we're currently dealing with, hopefully to a successful resolution. So those are the two primary sources of where that specific concern about a noise complaint comes from. So it would be in your client's best interest to have some sort of plan to that, because it is in fact the first question. So there you go.
No, understood. And I, you know, again, these are restaurants. I'm familiar with the Citadel, and I think the rooftop is more of a bar.
Plus, it's elevated so that assists the sound in
Correct.
traveling, and then part of the design of the skate park assists that sound in traveling. So,
Right.
you know, here you have a concave space, so it's not really maybe the properties to the east where the parking lot is, but now we have all the properties to the west across
Right.
Second Avenue now becomes the
Yeah,
issue. So
the intention is not to have, the intention is to have restaurants, again, it may be background music, but it's not intended to be loud music playing.
Thank you, Councilperson. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
The noise, the parking, the facility, the gate, or the covering that you said you do on the back. Did you all do a research with the people in the area before you started thinking about building that? And you go door to door and say, you know, we're trying to open up this whatever. Did you all do anything like that?
Yeah, Councilwoman, we did reach out to our immediate neighbors and had discussions with them as to what, what their concerns were, and actually that's why we're proposing to do the concrete wall to help mitigate sound from the parking lot. Again, the activity is going to be in the courtyard facing Second Avenue. The rear of the building is parking, and I realize that, parking is not a silent use, but it's, again, it's just a parking lot, and the 6-foot masonry wall along with the landscape will help mitigate the noise from that parking lot.
Well, I'm glad you emphasized the wall, because my thoughts are parking. Everybody's not gonna be there at the same time. What time is it gonna close?
The hours of operation, the restaurants, obviously we don't have tenants yet, so we don't know the hours, but it will be subject to the village's code in terms of hours of operation.
What is it?
This is zone 4, bro. It's until 12 o'clock.
Until 12 o'clock, exactly, it's 12 a.m., okay? And my last curiosity is, even when the church was there, they didn't have enough parking. They did not have enough parking. They were parking on both sides of the roads. They were parking wherever they could park, and this is church services. So this is a retail complex with shops and everything. What do you do with your overflow? How do you do your security? And what is the expectation of controlling traffic?
So in terms of the parking, we did a parking analysis. The project complies with the code. It's a mixture of uses, right? So, there's office uses that are not going to be used at nighttime when the restaurants are busier. So, the parking can be balanced in that way. We feel that there's more than sufficient parking to support the uses. Again, we're not talking about an intense development. We're talking about much, much less intense than will be permitted under the code. Like I said, the majority of it's office, and then there's retail and restaurants, but they're all being used at different times, so we don't anticipate any issue with parking. In terms of traffic flow, again, people are going to be coming in and out at different times. Unlike a church or a school where you have a mass influx of people all at the same time, you don't have that here. And there's plenty of circulation within the driveway. We don't anticipate any queuing, for example, onto the right-of-way. Our traffic consultant did an analysis of that, and we're not concerned with any queuing.
Thank you.
I do have another question. Just to kind of flesh out Councilman Ward's question for my edification, you said that you reached out to the neighbors that the property abuts. Was there any sort of public meeting held for community members that maybe their property doesn't abut with the proposed building, but might be in the vicinity and have some additional questions? Did you have any sort of those meetings?
I think I believe that the ownership group did contact. They did reach out to the abutting property owners. I don't know how far that went, into the community. As you know, we had the last meeting, the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting, and we engaged with folks there and tried to address their concerns. But to answer your question, we didn't have, a formal community meeting.
Okay. Any rationale behind not doing that, since there were so many questions that popped up in the June meeting? And it just seems like maybe that might have been a good way to kind of allay some of these fears or address some of the concerns.
Yeah, I understand your point. I think, at the last committee meeting, we actually felt as though the concerns were pretty narrow and limited. And so we went back and we made sure that we address those at this meeting, but again, those that were most impacted, we did reach out to. It's difficult because, you know, where do you draw the line in terms of knocking on folks' doors, but we did reach out to a number of folks.
Okay, well, let's see.
Any other questions or comments from the council before I go to the audience? All right. So you all are going to go to this podium over here. Say your name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
Mayor, while she's approaching, I know we've had a number of people come in since we swore in witnesses, so if you have come into the meeting and intend to speak, but you were not sworn at the beginning, Mayor, let me just do one more round.
Yeah, anybody
Anybody
came
who's-
in, even if it's not for this particular item, if you plan to speak tonight, period, we're swearing you in, like, all together.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Again, anybody else who's come in after, you know, welcome to speak, but we just need to get you sworn. Say aye and state your name. Do hereby solemnly swear that the testimony I will give tonight in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, and either so help me God or you may take an affirmation. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. The floor is yours.
Joan Hector, 260 Northeast 88th Street, and I am the property owner that is immediately adjacent to the property. As a matter of fact, I bought my house from the church in 1984. First, I'd like to say, when you did reach out to me, as far as what did I want, a chain link fence or a wood fence, and I said, I don't know what you're doing there, and you were very responsive in giving me information, and I came back and I did request a masonry wall. Lo and behold, of course, you're gonna do a masonry wall. One additional point, though, is I have to tell you, a 6-foot masonry wall along my property is not gonna do the trick. If I walk out on my back deck now from my kitchen, I'm already seeing over the 6-foot wooden fence. So I'm requesting a higher masonry wall. I would prefer to have at least an 8-foot masonry wall. A lot of that has to do with the fact that, yes, the house is elevated, so, you know, I'm losing several feet there from that. And we put in a nice deck a few years ago. My husband and I love sitting outside at night and enjoying how beautiful it is here. So I am requesting that you do build a higher masonry wall. Also, you have talked about the traffic and that should be fine. And I have argued in the past that 88th Street is much narrower than 89th Street or 87th Street. I personally would prefer that traffic had to exit towards 2nd Avenue. And there is one other, we've even talked about whether 88th Street could be made one way, which I personally wouldn't care if it was or not. But at minimum then, if it can't be, speed bumps. Because as it is, cars are going back and forth down 88th Street all the time at a rapid rate. They hit.
That's why I like the parking streets.
Yeah.
See that much.
I know. So it's a matter of, I am concerned. And yes, I remember when the church was there and they had a school there. And there was a lot of traffic. And when they had school functions, believe me, people parked on my front lawn too. So there was, and I understand that part of it is the nice green space that I've had right next to my house will not be totally green anymore. It's going to be paved. You've put an additional parking in there. I have no objection to progress. I want to see the village be able to get additional tax revenue. I think it's smart. But at the same time, having lived here now almost 40 years, this is my paradise. You know, please don't mess with my paradise because I love it. When I've had friends that have begged us to go move elsewhere, it's like not a chance. This is my home. This is where I really love and I want to be, and I grew up in the area, and I don't want to change that. So my two main concerns are, again, an additional height for the masonry wall, so it really protects. I don't feel like I'm looking at car headlights at night. I understand there's gonna be some noise from cars, doors opening, closing. There used to be at the church when they'd have weddings there at night, and you'd hear people laughing uproariously sometimes in the parking lot, and as they're bidding goodbye and everything. You know what? I'm not gonna be nitpicky about everything, and I intend to be a good neighbor, as I would expect you to be a good neighbor to me. And the other house that immediately abuts the property just sold. So, you know, who knows if they even know what's going on? I mean, it just went through. So right now, I guess I'm the mouthpiece for the immediately adjacent people. That's my comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hector. Appreciate that.
Hi, everyone. Edna Edelman, 301 Northeast 88th.
Yeah, for short people.
All right. So I just want to piggyback on what Joni said. I'm not concerned about the front. It's beautiful. But it is the parking lot that concerns me. No one reached out to me. I'm on the corner of Northeast 3rd and 88th. So noise pollution, very concerned. People who drink and come into the parking lot, we're going to hear their hellos, their goodbyes, and everything in between. I'm very concerned about that. Headlights, and of course, Northeast 88 is the narrow street in El Portal. We've said that at the last meeting. People are always parking on my swale. I have to maintain the swale. You know, you're fining us for putting rocks on our swales. So that's an issue. If I find cars parking on my swale, I'm not going to be happy. And the other thing is, to second what Joni said, we really do want to push for exit on Northeast 88 onto 2nd Avenue only. No one should be coming east. That would prevent the issue of parking on our swales or parking on our lawns and the additional traffic. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do you want, with their writing, I see you taking notes, so you want everybody to, you're going to address everybody at the end after everybody speaks?
Yeah, I think
'Cause I
that
see you
would be
taking notes
that'd
instead
be
of,
more efficient.
okay, instead of one by one. Whoever's next.
Good evening, Greg Walton at 315 Northeast 88th Street. Like my fellow neighbors, there is a concern about traffic, and being an architect myself, I've really studied what could we do to alleviate people from traveling east. Interesting enough, if you actually do a Waze or Google Maps or any GPS to say you want to go to Miami Beach from here, it actually will take you to the left on Northeast 88th Street and route you north on Northeast 2nd and take you to 95th Street to take you to 95. So anybody who doesn't know their way around probably will not be making a right. But that being said, living on 88th Street, because of GPS, Waze, et cetera, people find back roads to avoid traffic. And all you have to do is come to El Portal during morning rush hour or evening rush hour, and you'll find there's an enormous amount of traffic that goes between Biscayne, Miami Avenue, Northeast 2nd on 87th, but there's also people on 88th Street doing the exact same thing. So I would caution your traffic engineer who studied this to really do some observation of the traffic and not just based on statistics or whatever they use. But I would highly recommend that these entrances be designed in a way that they move the traffic to the left, that it makes it impossible to make a right turn, so that it does force people to go that way. Because I think that is probably the biggest concern that anybody has, because what everyone said, 88th Street is really narrow, and I don't drive that big of a car. I drive a small car, and I have to tell you, I have to go over and drive through people's swales all the time when two cars are passing, because it is a narrow street. Anything that could be done to enhance at least the width of the street and the 200 block that the developer could do would also be an enhancement as well. So I would take those kind of things into consideration to alleviate some of the concerns the residents have regarding the traffic. Personally, I would also like to see this development, what is it doing in the way of supporting sustainability? Is there any attempt to add any type of solar collection on the roof to support power? Are there electric vehicle charging stations planned to be put in this development? So anything like that, I would think would be a positive thing for this development from what it already brings to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Come on up. Name and address for the record, and the floor is yours. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is
Thank
George
you.
Alvarez, 115 Northwest 88th Street. What Mr. Moten said actually primarily was on my mind as well. 88th Street is unbelievably narrow. I'm not gonna. All you have to do is be there when somebody's getting their lawn mowed. Is there a way that the traffic report can be made available to the members of the public? That'd be a question for you, Councilor.
Yeah, it actually is available.
Okay.
It's part of the record,
Okay.
so you can look at it anytime. And I will have our traffic engineer come up and address some of the concerns that have been raised after the public comment period ends.
Okay. Second question is, have there been any kind of infrastructural plans made as regards sanitation and refuse, if there's going to be restaurants there, besides the parking issue? And the parking issue was was a severe issue in the 1970s when I went to preschool at Raider. So I used to remember packed parking lots as one of my first memories. But as we've seen the growth of MIMO and areas along Biscayne Boulevard, we've seen strip malls pop up. We've seen retail centers, most of which, I mean, I guess we could arguably say is good for the community. But what we see is no parking. Parking lots that are completely full, cars that are parked on the swales, all up and along that corridor. But we also see rats, lots of rats in the restaurants. And when we've got grease traps, when we've got inadequate infrastructure, that's going to be a bigger concern. And it never gets better over time. It's just a matter of how slowly it gets worse over time. If you've been to New York City. This is just kind of a rhetorical question that I would encourage the council members to think about. We don't know what type of businesses will go there. Obviously, that's difficult to tell. But I think we should have a very kind of circumspect approach to how we think about what the worst case scenarios are in terms of what type of businesses. I mean, something has been said of the music so far. I don't mind music. I don't know. Talk to me in 5 years, and it's 1 a.m., and, maybe I'll get tired of that. But, the types of businesses are going to define who's going to be hanging around in the parking lots. If the only person who takes the rental rate there is a bail bondsman office, what does that mean? Then what happens after businesses close? Are we going to have, a retail center with a bunch of empty shops? What will that be like for us as well? I don't want to be kind of a doomsayer, but I think these are things that we need to think about because they will become realities eventually. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, councilors.
Good evening, Ken Hector, 260 Northeast 88th Street. My wife was up here earlier. I have a couple different other concerns. One of my main concerns is the parking, the number of spaces for this facility. I know you don't have a tenant for your restaurants, but the owners of the facility must know about how big a seating is the restaurant going to be. Is it going to be a 100-seat restaurant, 75, 150? I think it has a lot to do with how many parking spaces that you have here, 76, 78 spaces. Is that enough parking for an establishment like that with the people that work in the restaurant also? If a 100-seat restaurant or 150-seat restaurant, wouldn't you have 30 people that would be staffing the restaurant? That might be 30 cars. Everybody doesn't live together who works at the restaurant. So that's one of my concerns. The other concern is the traffic that's going to be entering on 87th Street. Even though I don't live on 87th Street, people making a left-hand turn in there during rush hour, that's going to be impossible, holding up traffic, people going from 2nd Avenue to Biscayne Boulevard. And one other thing, from your presentation, I saw that you could actually build a structure up into my property here. Would that include, if parking is inadequate, you building a 2-story parking garage next to my house? That's one of my concerns too. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be allowed under the code. Obviously, we're not doing that. That was my point. We're repurposing the existing building so that the surface parking is into the rear, and so there's not a 2 to 3 story building abutting your home.
Well, I understand that now, but if you find out later on that you don't have enough parking, what's preventing the owners from going in, coming to this council and say, I want to build a building, it's in the code, the building is going to be a 2-story parking garage? Just my
Thank you.
mind.
I could speak to the parking
Okay.
requirements. So yes, that's part of our staff review is parking spaces for restaurant use. And based on the code, there are 22 spaces required. It's based on square footage of the restaurants, not based on number of tables or seats. So they do meet that at 22 spaces.
Good afternoon. My name is Everard Laws, 231 Northeast 88th Street. My question is about so I already talked about sewer, right? Running a sewer line all the way down to Miami Shores. How will that impact traffic during that process? Residential traffic. And also, I was not contacted. I live at, as I said, 231 Northeast 88th Street. I was not contacted about, yeah. So.
Good evening. Jay Ribeiro, 225 Northeast 86th Street. I'm south of the project. However, I am concerned about traffic and the roads being narrow. I agree with my neighbors on 88th Street. I walk through there, myself walking and a car coming, it's not enough. And I'm not saying I'm big enough, okay? So there's an issue there. I agree if we could make 88th Street, perhaps that block westbound only, no traffic going in. And also my concern, which I am on 86 and it's a fork, 86, 85. No one spoke with me. I'm okay with redevelopment, but when you open and traffic goes in and out on 87, right now, people are cutting through 86, 85. Also, 85th Street is very narrow. So traffic, one, people are speeding over the 20-mile limit, okay? We have light issues. I know a traffic study was done by the county many years ago, and again, about 2-3 years ago, and they said there was no issue with the speed limit, there was no issue with one way or another. They left it as is. It is a concern. It is a major concern with people. We have no sidewalks on my street, so that's 88th. People are speeding. You cannot even walk through there with your pets. So please, let's reorganize this. I don't know how planning and zoning got this put through, but there hasn't been a town hall meeting.
There hasn't been any outreach, and I don't know what the distance would have been, but my street is affected there. Thank you.
Hello, Scott Kobrick, 8525 Northeast 4th Avenue Road. I just wanted to basically address mostly the noise pollution aspect. I actually was one of the sort of victims of one of the two aforementioned properties that have came into El Portal, and I know firsthand how somebody can, or the ownership or whoever it is, can kind of say that it's going to be used for one use, and then it is ending up used for a completely different use that affects the residents in a much different way. I think that the adaptive use of this, of this project looks great, and I think that it looks like like it's going to bring a lot to the neighborhood and to the community, and I think that it is the right type of project for this community. Having said that, of course, if the intended use is for restaurants, I don't see that the noise from loud music might be such an issue. But if that obviously is not how it ends up, and it is a club or a bar or something like that, that could be an issue. So I just wanted to, sort of make that a point. Also, something that in my location where I am affected by Skatebird, as well as the new development residential properties that are under construction there, the working hours of the property, I wanted to address this. I think in El Portal, which is not necessarily, I'm not sure when the ordinance is from, but some neighboring municipalities and have much stricter working hours than El Portal does, and of course that's great for getting the job done and expeditiously. But at the same time, it severely affects the residents. What I'm dealing with there is, from 7, I believe it's 7 or 8 a.m. until 7 p.m. Monday through, basically Monday through Saturday. So it is pretty much that you're living without peace and quiet. As Joan mentioned earlier, this is my paradise. The reason that I live in El Portal is because of the, amazing place that it is, and peace and quiet, I think, is integral to, what a lot of people here are looking for. And unfortunately, with these types of developments, that definitely becomes a challenge, and hopefully that challenge can be considered. I'm not sure if there's a proposal that could be done, overall with this project and a lot of the other projects coming into the neighborhood and new development, that a change to the working hours could be made, but certainly would like to see that. I know that sort of a lot of neighboring municipalities have a Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. type of scenario. So I think that would be something that we should consider here as well. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Serena Erie. I'm at 8600 Northeast 2nd Avenue. So I'm a block away, and I did ask the mayor to ask my question earlier about the noise, because on 84th Street, Plant the Future, which is a plant selling place, has outdoor concerts. And even though they're 3 blocks away, I can clearly hear them as if they were sitting right next door to me. The Citadel as well, with their noise. And
I won't mention the kids, the school kids at Miss Claudia yelling all day long. So I know that a restaurant there will add to the noise, although I'm excited to have a restaurant there since the Sherwood closed down. So I am concerned about the noise. I live on 2nd Avenue, so I am also concerned about having there's plenty of restaurants on 2nd Avenue, although they're not high-class restaurants, that have outdoor music playing, even though they don't have people seated outside. So I am concerned about having restaurants there, a restaurant or several restaurants, that are going to play music outside, whether it's live music or recorded music. I do have a concern about parking and the traffic, because last summer, within the space of a month, there were like 4 accidents on my corner of 86th Street of people making a left when the signs say just right. So I know, and I've seen several different times at Miss Claudia, the parents going in and out of that daycare center doing things that they should not be doing, as well as El Portal cops stopping people on 2nd Avenue all the time because of not obeying traffic laws, signals. So I am concerned about that. Although I think that you can, although I wouldn't want a parking lot, I wouldn't desire a parking lot across the street from me, there is an empty lot on 86th Street and 2nd Avenue that you could build a parking lot there that could probably alleviate some of the concerns of people on 86 and 87 and 88th Street. I would like to ask the mayor and the city council, will there be extra cops added in order to deal with the problems that we know that's going to come with a restaurant? As I said before, I'm excited about having a restaurant there and having facilities there, although I think the parking lot is very small for such a big place. So I can anticipate that there are going to be an increase in police calls, if nothing else, for people parking in your driveway or in the street or parked illegally. In addition to when when I say Plant the Future has their little concerts outside, you see an uptick in the next morning in garbage being on your lawn. So that's one question for the city council to address about the increase in our El Portal police. And then the last thing I would like to say is that, is there a way sorry, going back to the noise, is there a way to restrict outdoor music of any kind? Whether that's, no megaphone or whatever that is. I expect that people going in and out of restaurants will make noise. There's nothing to stop people from just walking down the street making noise. But the music in and of itself, in addition to all the music that's already there, playing it sometimes until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, because whether they have permits or not to have live music is an issue. It's the biggest issue for me, other than the traffic in and of itself. So I would like that addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Charles Winters, 377 85th Street. I was in the back taking notes, and there's a lot of really great things said today. Thank you, El Portal residents. I just wanted to throw a few things out there. I heard the concerns about the project for traffic patterns. I agree that we need to make sure that the traffic is controlled. I do not think we should do it with speed bumps. That only creates more people speeding up after a speed bump, and it causes more problems in the end. But finding ways around it would be wonderful. I want to let you know this is positive what you're doing for community. I think everyone here has concerns, but those concerns are not about what you're doing. They just want to make sure they're protected. But they love the idea that you're going to bring this into our community. For traffic patterns, when you are doing the research, someone did research out here recently for the circle, and they put 12 signs all within a few feet of each other. And when you're looking at every single sign, you're like hit a peacock or hit a person. So they did research and they did that still. But you can make sure that when you do it correctly, we are able to focus on keeping everyone safe and also keeping people off the streets that are where people are walking. A lot of people walk in El Portal. People walk from Miami Shores all the way to El Portal just to walk on our streets because they're so nice here. So if you keep that in mind, you might be able to create something even more nice that people who come there might want to walk around. As terms of noise pollution, everyone here talked about noise pollution having a lot of sound. I worked with bands. I worked at Epic Records. I worked at Columbia Records. I toured hundreds of venues. And I can tell you, the one thing between a good venue and a bad venue is the bad venues have speakers on the floors. The good venues have the speakers really up high. When you are working with the rooftop concerts, it is meant to send that sound out. But when you put the same type of speakers down on the floor, it does not project the same way. So there are ways to control the noise where we don't have to worry about all that being projected into our community. I agree there needs to be some noise ordinances. We should stop at certain decibel levels. We should stop at certain time periods. But I don't think the Citadel is a good example to compare against this. Further, with the Citadel and the parking, I actually own a rental property catty-corner to Citadel, right behind it. And I have three people who live at this property. I've asked them in the past, they do not hear anything from the drivers at the Citadel right behind it. So, and they have almost no insulation. They should be able to hear a penny drop. So hopefully there is no sound. I liked what I forgot someone said about raising it from 6 feet to 8 feet or even higher. That makes a lot of sense. Build up that wall like they did on the side of 95 until we can really block the sound into the main neighborhood. Great ideas. In regards to the retail space inside, I want to urge you when you're going to be putting retail spaces inside of here, make some incentives so we can put some of our own citizens with their own businesses into that property. Make it some incentives to lower rental costs or something. So myself, I own a great business down here, and I know there's a lot of people that do too. Maybe we want to move in there. Maybe we can actually have El Portal resident-owned businesses inside of the property. It would be really cool, and you can make it happen, but you got to incentivize it. It'll also help our own community and our own residents. Lastly, the vacant properties obviously cause a lot of problem. Everyone knows there's a lot of vacant properties over there. We've had homeless camps over here. People living on the railroad tracks can know this stuff happens. We've had a very big influx in homeless recently. It's great that this property is not being used like that, but I can tell you we've seen it on some of the other ones. So everyone, even though we have a lot of concerns, let's try and be encouraging because we do not want to create a place for vagrants to hang out. We want to create something that we can bring our kids to or we can have a nice, safe space together. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm George. Say 102 Northeast 89th Street. I can't help but to think the parking situation, if you raise a wall maybe around the east perimeter to like 10 feet and then have like a valet service, you can just do lifts on all those spaces and you'll get like 17 more spaces if you do some lifts there. But the wall at that height should cover the vehicle so you don't see the car from the abutting properties. This is a thought, and I think it'd be cool also to have them maybe come in through here and out through here to satisfy getting on any of the streets. Maybe you got to knock out this little piece here or something, but it seems like you have enough space to just circle, in and out. That's it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anyone else? No? All right. Seeing none out there. I appreciate that. All good points. I'm going to let you come in a second. I took notes also. There's a couple of things that I just want to say really quickly. I'm going to come back to you all also before I come to you, just in case we have questions that he can add to his list and answer everything at one time. So we're going to come back to the council first, and then we'll go to him, then we'll come back to us, okay, to finish everything off. Okay, so the first question I kind of had, and this might be for you, Corradino Group. So we were hearing about the 6-foot wall, and people were talking about what about an 8-foot wall or a 10-foot wall? Is like, what's the height that's permitted per code in that area? That'd be the first question.
To the best of my memory, I'm not having the code in front of me, I believe it is 6 feet is the maximum.
That's what I was asking. So they would have to go for a variance to get a higher one?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So they would apply for a variance, which is not bad. And for us, we're all together, so this is not sunshine right now. So for us, I think that we'll be inclined to give the residents what they would need as far as that area, most likely. Okay, so per code, 6-foot wall is the height limit, but they can go for a variance and go for an 8 or a 10-foot. Okay, so we have that. That was my first question. My second one. So we were talking about the traffic flow direction and the traffic pattern and the narrow roads. When you guys did you guys do a traffic study or with the traffic pattern?
We did.
You did that, and it showed that they wanted you to come out and allow the cars to go east or west?
Yeah, so our traffic consultant can come up and speak to it. One issue on that point, which I think is going to be very helpful to folks, is that there's 2 access points along 88th Street. This one is too close to the intersection to do a left turn only out. However, this egress point primarily serves this small area. We are able to make this a left turn only out, and this is served by this large parking lot. So I think that will help alleviate the concern of cars exiting here and going right, even though we think that the natural inclination is that they're going to go towards 2nd Avenue, but we can do a left turn only onto 88th Street here. And our traffic consultant can speak to that.
All right. And you guys would be willing to do a left turn only?
Yes, on this particular.
On 88th Street?
Yeah.
To take them back out to Northeast 2nd.
I think that pretty much addresses the issue. I mean, for sure, Northeast 88th Street is a local roadway. It's not a collector, it's not an arterial, it's a local roadway. It's very narrow and would probably be a good candidate for some sort of traffic calming in the future. I don't think it would be warranted by this project per se, just based on volumes on Northeast 2nd Avenue and on 88th Street. But with the driveway recommendations that David is making, I think that solves the problem.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to say, before I get to my other few points, I want to say thank you very much to our residents, because exactly what I said, you guys went and your questions were direct and your questions were detailed to like these issues. And like I said before, when we first started out, you might have these questions or be against them, and they might have a solution that you might be like, okay, I can live with that, or I still can't live with that. So we're doing really good here, I think. All right. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
And to add to that point, remember that Pluservia actually had a study and the possibility of converting some of the narrow streets into a one-way street throughout the village. So that's one project that's there, and we will have to, emphasize a little more on that, and finally have some streets that are only one way, and then you have that Waze or Google not directing people towards the east, because they will do it, like the gentleman there said. So that will, in the future, hopefully near future, could actually solve that issue as well.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. And I know Councilperson Urban, you were also, I know, but I just wanted to say really quickly, before I finish my couple of points, I wanted to say very quickly, I know that you also were looking at the street calming with the one-way with Pluservia also. I remember you were looking at that.
Yeah,
also.
they have a comprehensive plan that is a resilient streets plan, and part of that is converting some streets in El Portal one-way.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Councilperson Urban. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Perella. The amount of spaces, we don't have to really go through this now, but the 22 it was? Was it 22 or 26?
For the restaurant.
For that's required, 22. The 22 for the restaurants, seems pretty low. Seems low for that size building. I'm assuming that there's a type of calculation that gets to that.
Yeah,
number?
Mayor, and it's, as the planner alluded to, it's based on square footage, but I just want to reiterate, I know there's been a lot of comments, and by the way, I appreciate the passion. I know that it's a great community and you guys love El Portal. But I think there's a misconception in terms of the building. First off, as I said, this is a much, much smaller building that's allowed under zoning. But more importantly, the restaurant component itself is only 7,500 square feet. We're talking about 2 restaurants that, so 7,500 divided by 2. We're not talking about
The entire building, which is office space.
Correct.
Yeah.
Office is by far the larger component.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'll get to that a little bit later. As far as the whole thing with the speed limit, speed bumps, traffic study, this council, we just recently, in the past couple of months, completed a traffic study. It's in the process for traffic calming to address speed limit and all those type of things. As a matter of fact, Madam Manager, we first went to the county to talk about this stuff last week, was it? Or is it coming up?
No, it's coming up.
It's coming up.
Yeah, that we'll do the presentation, but
Yeah.
we're very close to completion of our speed limit reduction and
Yeah.
addressing other traffic issues.
Yeah. So all that we've been waiting for so long, this wonderful council got it together.
Well, let them know what that means is 25-mile-an-hour speed limits coming into El
You know,
Portal.
I'm just saying, Councilperson Urban, we're looking good. All right, so that's in the work, you guys. When it comes to speed calming, we're already in the work. We're at the county level, moving ahead. All right, so that's that for me. Okay, the paying for the off-duty police officers. My sister in the back, paying for the off-duty police officers, or possibly of security guards, even maybe. Is that something that
Again,
you could take to them? I know that our officers, the only thing, because as far as our police officers, I mean, we're there to be there whenever possible, but our police officers have to do other stuff, right? So we can't be stationed there unless they pay for an off-duty police officer every day. You know what I mean? Because I don't know what days, unless we know that there's like a special event happening or, you know, a special celebration that's different. But to have a officer, how you doing, Officer Rodriguez? Always good to see you, my brother. It's all good. We got the best officers. Like, I don't want Officer Rodriguez to have to be stationed there because he has to patrol El Portal for you all. So we have to figure that out. If you guys could take back to them the possibility of maybe security force that's there, maybe a few security guards that are just there on the property as part of the property on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, Mayor, I think we're anticipating a parade of horribles, and I get it that you want to be prepared. But again, I think this is a very conservative project for this property compared to what can be approved. We're talking about a restaurant. We're not talking about a nightclub, a bar, a very small restaurant, actually. And so our approach would be, you know, you typically don't have police and security for a standard operating restaurant. To the extent we have a special event going on the property, sure, we would hire off-duty police officers or security to handle that. But I wouldn't say that it's needed for just the operation of a restaurant.
Okay, thank you very much.
But should it be a problem, we're certainly willing to work with staff.
Thank you very much. And the last thing before I turn it over to the council, as far as the same thing, as far as the noise. So when it comes to noise, and we do have a noise ordinance, which includes in the ordinance distance, and it also includes time, so they can't go to 2 in the morning or anything like that. Also, if it's going to be anything that is going to be like something special, like you were saying, like they have music outside or a band or something like that, they would have to get approved by us for that. They have to get a special event permit, and just because you want a special event permit doesn't mean that you get a special event permit. You'll have to go through the manager's office, through the administration, and get approved. So that's kind of how that would work. So they just can't play music till 2 o'clock or play loud music over a certain distance and things like that. They just can't do that willy-nilly. So, all right. That's all I have on my notes, you guys. Who wants to speak next? Councilperson Martin.
I think I'll take
the floor is
a
yours.
stab at it. And you did an excellent job kind of summing up everyone's requests. And also, the presenters, I think you guys have been tremendously open to suggestions and willing to incorporate some of those suggestions, which is kind of goes back to my initial point about the meeting, because it just seems like maybe some of these fears could have been allayed. But I also think kudos to you guys for being so open to restructuring your plans to address some of the concerns. And to the audience members, I do want to say that although it seems like this development is kind of happening in a silo, it's not. There are also things that this council is tackling actively alongside of looking at developments like this. We are looking at, I know, the noise ordinance and how we can tighten that and make sure that that definitely preserves your right to quietly enjoy your property, which you deservedly deserve to have. Like Councilman Erbaum said, we're looking at streets that need to be either one-ways or reconfigured. We're also looking at staffing of police officers to make sure that in the event that there will be a need for increased policing, that we have sufficiently provided for that. We're looking at sanitation, and we also have all of the mechanisms to make sure that whomever it is that occupies this building is a good neighbor, right? So there are ordinances. Just because this, I don't know if it will, but comes to the village, it doesn't mean that now they have carte blanche to do whatever they want to in the village. They do have to abide by the existing code, and we are looking at that to make sure that it protects you in the end. And I think something that, I'm not sure who said it, but it's attractive to look at all of the negatives that can happen, but also I encourage some of you out there to think about some of the positive things that can happen. Because when I think about this development, I think, or what else, right? Right now it is an empty building. It can become blighted. What is the alternative, right? I think about possibly being able to grab coffee with a friend. I think maybe there's an opportunity to grab a quick bite with my 3- and 4-year-old at a little shop. I think about also maybe a boutique or some sort of office building. I think about maybe markets that can happen in that parking lot area that showcases local businesses and talents and goods. So I think about the positive elements. For sure, I do think about the bad things that can happen, which is why I think we're being very diligent about working along some of those other tracks. But I encourage us to think about both sides and weigh that, right? At the end of the day, I think a good resolution is one where there's no side that gets everything that they want, but everyone ends up with something that they deem to be livable. And there's a possibility that after we have this discussion, what comes about from this sanctuary might be something that we end up being pretty proud about in the village. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Martin. Anybody else can jump in? Councilperson Erbaum?
Sure. All right, so first, thank you to everyone for being here tonight. It is always really great to see a full room, regardless of the circumstances. And tonight's circumstances regarding a full room are better than usual, so even better, right? 15 years is a lot of potential energy stored in that property. And there has already been one contender for that property, and in my opinion, it favorably worked out for the village that COVID interrupted those plans. And I think that the plan that's being presented tonight is a great fit for the village. And with that potential energy stored for 15 years is going to come big emotions with the kinetic energy that is released when this project breaks ground, let alone grand opening, right? So therein lies the concerns. What is the collateral damage to all of this energy being released that's been stored in this property for so long, right? So construction beginning, first concern. So we have one resident here tonight who has experienced both the ails of living next to a massive construction site, as well as the ails of living next to another property that completed its construction and began producing noise at unacceptable levels. So in all of that, thankfully, there are design solutions for everything that is concerning everyone tonight. I would like to remind everybody in the room, the council foremost, my colleagues here on the dais, the comp plan, the charrette for 2024, the committee has been formed. First meeting has taken place, and we're 8 months to a year away from having an updated comp plan. The most previous edition was referenced in the initial presentation this evening, the 2013 charrette. And so the 10-year reunion or anniversary of that activity is upon us. And so a new charrette is being updated presently. That's the answer to most of the concerns the residents have tonight. That onus does not rest just on the committee of residents who are updating the charrette. They will present that comp plan to the council, and it will eventually rest on the shoulders of the council to update the charrette. So understanding all of that, I have mentioned, I don't know, this is a year ago or something, at another public meeting, there are multiple municipalities throughout the United States that are eliminating single-family zoning. Elimination of single-family zoning is on the table in most metropolitan areas throughout the United States presently. In my opinion, if El Portal is able to maintain control of itself, if El Portal is able to look into the future just a little bit and do everything in our power to preserve single-family zoning in our little corner here of 850 homes, then we will end up with the highest valued properties in North America in about 20 years. I'm not joking. So, having said that, you take the elevation of the area, you take the desirability of the climate. Humans are going to back up from the ocean 6 inches at a time. Nobody's going anywhere. All right? So I appreciate the comments made initially from one of the residents regarding sustainability. I'm not sure if the applicants are aware, but El Portal has one of the single most talented and qualified resiliency and task force in the world, period, bar none. No joke. I'll put that statement in public into this microphone without thinking twice. So understand that that concern from the residents who live here is exceptional. So take that seriously. All right, so fence height. I'm concerned about a mason wall that exceeds 6 feet for structural integrity reasons. So if a variance were applied for, my suggestion would be aesthetic, greenery, noise absorption over height. So please consider all of those. You might find a more lightweight material that's more absorbent of noise, et cetera, et cetera. But my initial concern would be the Cat 5 hits and a 12-foot masonry wall goes into the property of the resident who is so glad to have that noise mitigation, right? So just please take very seriously the structural integrity of any type of fix like that. But there you go. All right, moving right along. So security. My concern with security is actually after hours. So you have stores with valuables in them. You know, we don't want gates and shutters and things like this, you know, after hours. We'd like to maintain the aesthetic. So that does become a concern. Again, that's going to rest with the council. A lot of these concerns are coming directly to rest on the shoulders of the council. So I want to impress that upon my colleagues tonight here. So going back to the charrette, the code needs to be updated. I am not at all comfortable with what could be coming into this property. I'm very thankful for that being in your presentation, showing the mass. Just showing the mass of what could be there is upsetting, like incredibly upsetting. So upsetting that I'm very much more glad that this is the plan as opposed to what you presented as the potential mass, right? Okay, so my concern with security is a little bit after hours. We will address that on the council. We're already dealing with need for more officers, et cetera, with other properties. The village is growing. Traffic flow. So the resident that brought up, hey, don't forget, don't not realize that you have an incredible market base already within walking distance of this property. So do everything in your power to encourage that. You will have people 2 or 3 families together walk into that property if it is feasible for them to do so. So in terms of traffic flow, I mean, something like 50 million jobs are going to be gone in the next couple of decades from automated driving. First, it's going to be the truckers, then it's going to be Uber and Lyft drivers. That is absolutely going to happen. There's nobody who's doing this research who's saying that's not going to happen. So why not take that into consideration and, as the one resident had suggested, make a parking plan that's adaptable to ride-share services. And my idea for Northeast 2nd Avenue, by the way, is that there be not necessarily a bus lane, but a drop-off pickup lane for transient traffic, people who can, jitneys, buses, Uber, Lyft, mom, dad, whoever needs to stop at the curb and sit there for a minute and pick somebody up and drop somebody off. That's what the near lane to the curb should be used for on Northeast 2nd Avenue if it's going to become a commercial corridor, in my opinion. All right. Impact. So we have construction impact. In addition, we have the impact of the services. So I think it's very clear what the concerns of the residents are. And I will again go back to the importance of the comp plan, the importance of the code, the importance of the council to bring us into the 21st century, because all of those are solutions that should be there in those mechanisms, as opposed to putting the onus on a business owner who's trying to become an anchor business of a future commercial district, right? So I don't believe that the onus should be on the business owner to solve these problems. I think the residents should be looking squarely at the council to get this done. With noise, Mr. Winters, I'm going to be finding you because I'm going to drag you kicking and screaming into consultation with the skate park and see if we can't get this thing figured out, because we desperately would not want to repeat a situation that we're in right now. We will find a solution, but right now it is painful. We're trying to accommodate two essentially opposing forces here in terms of progress, and I mean, it's silence, and the ability to experience silence is vital to the community, and having something like the skate park is also, in my opinion, vital to the community. So we have to figure out a way to have those coexist. This commercial district is coming. We have to find a way for this to coexist. So I'm confident that there are solutions to every single problem and concern addressed tonight. I'm also confident that most of those solutions reside in this council.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Urban. Vice Mayor Perrella or Councilperson Lightfoot Ward?
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot
Perrella,
Ward.
you want to go first? All right. My concern is always big companies come into small cities, yet nobody in the company lives in the city, lives in the community. That bothers me. The fact that you found us is also interesting, but it didn't have a history. How did you find us? You want a structure that was once a worship center and turn it into a different mix. That's your prerogative. One thing is certain, a project of this magnitude puts a crushing burden on both the village and our professional planner. It will forever change the character of the village. It's a nice project. Doesn't seem to be suitable to a little bitty city like this. We like the idea of the revenue. Yeah, that's the little bait that's hanging out there. But I think about the infrastructure. I think about it is a village. It's not a big city. I think about the problems we have now with the skating rink. I think about would I want to live next door to such a development? I think about urbanizing a small little place. And right down the street is Miami, city of Miami. Right down the street. And I'm pointing in the right direction. Right down the street, city of Miami. Vacant buildings, lots of them. You want to come in and not live in the village, but have your building in the village. We got Miami right there. Lots of deserted structures. Right down the street. Why come and build in a quiet village? Doesn't seem like you thought about maintaining the character. Doesn't seem like you thought about that. You're not going to live here. You're not going to be here. You're going to build a place and you're going to be gone. Think about that sometime. I know that there's lots of places would take you little or no time to build in the infrastructures that are just north of us. No, south of us. Just doesn't seem, it's not matching up. You gave me a lot of paperwork, but my background is in city management, and it sounds like it's a tiny little city, they won't know any different. We can build in here and change the whole community. Next thing you know, we got more problems than we really wanted to have. I can't say that I'm not surprised. I can't say that. We've had people come in here before and give a presentation. But this is a place where people deliberately decided to come because it is a quiet, short distance to large commercial establishment, and it's home. It is home. Mr. Mayor, that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Vice Mayor Perrella? You're good? All right.
May I just, sorry,
Councilperson
just on the noise, I would like to say just quickly, for the benefit of the residents, I am the chair of the Code Enforcement Committee, and noise, and Mr. Ribeiro will be happy to let you know his opinion of me. And so please do understand that noise specifically is presently being addressed, and we do intend to have a solution in relatively short order in local politics timelines. And so so all of the concerns raised by the residents tonight only highlight the importance of getting that updated so that it would not be, again, put on the business owner to do the right thing. We'll put the correct barriers in place so that it's part of what's understood to be how the business is going to operate. So I certainly agree with Councilperson Lightfoot Ward that many a presenter has come into to tell us what we want to hear, and then in small ways and big ways. This isn't by no means is this any kind of personal comment. It is, again, comments for the council to understand the responsibility that we have when making these decisions, because there are very real impacts for people. So so that is the spirit of it, right? As opposed to, pointing a finger, so to say. And again, all fingers should be pointed squarely at the council, as I'm sure Mr. Ribeiro would certainly agree. And he's right, and he's definitely right about that. So, all right. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Obama. Anybody else from the council? No, hearing none. All right. How much we get paid for this? $3,000 a year for you guys to go through this? All right, so yeah. Okay, so let me ask you a question. You mentioned the former mayor, Mayor Cabillos, who has a daycare across the street, has a school across the street. Was she, are you sure, did you guys notify her?
Absolutely. I know Claudia when I was mayor of Biscayne Park. She was mayor of El Portal, so we became friendly. I did reach out to her, and her and her husband requested copies of the plans, which I sent to her immediately. She was going on vacation. I followed up with her when she got back from vacation 2 times since then and didn't receive a response. So,
but the individuals that are here tonight, you all are here because you guys got a letter, correct? Yeah, you guys got a letter from them.
Yeah, we sent out a courtesy mailing to, I forgot the radius.
To all?
Yeah.
So she would have gotten that one also?
She would have gotten that also, but I communicated directly with her by text.
When was the last time you communicated with her?
I followed up with her probably a month ago, maybe. But I sent her the plans and followed up multiple times, so I assume that they were acceptable to her. Otherwise, she would have gotten back to me.
Did you receive any response?
Yes. No, we had a back and forth.
So
She re-
you received,
I received a response from her that, David, thank you for reaching out. I'm going on vacation. If you can send me a copy of the plans, my husband and I will review them. And then I reached back out to schedule a meeting when she got back from vacation. She didn't respond, and then I reached out a follow-up again, and she didn't respond. So.
did the notice that you sent include the
Yes.
date and time of the meeting?
Absolutely.
It included the date and time of this meeting.
The notice that went to all the residents included the date
No,
and time.
Within the 500?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I
she
understand.
received that notice as well. Of this meeting, correct, yeah.
Through the letter that went out to everybody else.
Correct.
So I've been getting texts from Mayor Cabillos since we've been doing this for the past 30 minutes. We've been going back and forth. And she's saying that she didn't get notified. And she's saying if she would have gotten notified, she would have been here.
I mean, we sent out mailed notice to everyone within the radius, number one. Number two, I can show you the text messages that I have directly with her and her responding.
So there's a couple of things. So I'm the mayor. And I believe in not only transparency, not only doing things, but as a mayor, from mayor to mayor, there's always a certain protocol, right? And not only because she's a former mayor and there's always a mayor to mayor protocol, but because she's a neighboring business, right, or right across the street.
But, Mayor, there's only so much that I can do. Again, I reached out and followed up multiple times, sent her the plans, and didn't receive a response.
I don't mean to interrupt. Did you put up a sign on the property that is said that there was a hearing today?
Yeah, there's multiple signs on every frontage.
Okay. There was proper notice. They did the courtesy. There's residents who are present and have spoken on behalf of the village as well.
And we submitted an affidavit certifying that everyone within that radius received
I just want to make sure there was proper notice.
Yeah.
And I would also say that this is the largest audience we've had in quite some time, and so I would say that we have ample evidence on the record of this meeting being noticed.
No, I understand. It's just it's difficult, right? Because so there's the business aspect that she's right across the street. There's the former mayor respect aspect from mayor to mayor, and then there's also the aspect that she's a resident. And so if any resident, right? And I went back and spoke to the gentleman back there who also got up and said that he didn't get notified. He stood up and said he didn't get notified. I went back and talked to him also. I'm for this development. I think that what everybody said here is really, pertinent. I think that what Councilperson Martin said, I agree with 100%. I wouldn't want to defer it to the next meeting. I know that would be bad for.
Yeah, Mayor.
I know.
We're ready to go. So.
I know that would be bad for you all.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilperson Urban.
Are the applicants here tonight?
Yes.
Would it be okay? I would like to ask them a question or two.
Sure. The principals?
Yes.
Sure.
Hi, good evening.
How do you do?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, please, if you would, just your name and address for the record.
My name is Jeng Yuan Ung. My address is 600 Brickell Avenue, Suite 2515.
Very good. So I just have one kind of pointed question. Do you have a set concept in mind for which food service establishment would go into that property as the restaurant? I mean, like, do you have somebody?
No, at this point,
Okay.
since we do not have approvals
and then
to do anything, we
and
do
then in
not.
terms of concept, would you say you have a narrow concept of what you would like to see in there, or do you have a broad concept waiting to kind of see what shakes out by the time you're ready to?
Specifically the restaurant, or?
Specifically the restaurant.
Well, my family's vision for this project was always for it to be a neighborhood center. In fact, I actually envisioned most customers to Village Plaza would walk there, be from their immediate neighborhood. In terms of tenant mix, obviously I can't speak to the market. However, we are very, very conscious of what operator we would like to be in there, and something that is not too loud, obviously.
so even more pointedly, do you have a vision for it being a kind of entertainment space or like a traditional kind of like restaurant space?
I do not anticipate being an entertainment space in
Okay.
terms of a nightclub or bar, if that's what you mean.
That is what I mean,
Yeah.
yes. Okay. All right, very good. So, you know, that might help calm some of the concerns about the noise, except that, you know, one of the issues at the skate park, just to, again, for your benefit, so you're aware that you're not walking into a situation where you're like, why didn't anybody tell me about this? Oh my God. So, all right. So for your benefit, right? So a significant part of the problem at the skate park is that, well, at least according to the owner, he does not always have control over the sound system. He'll have an outside, you know, so you hire a four-piece band who shouldn't be too out of control, right? But they bring their own equipment, and then now you don't have control over the decibel level, and you know whether or not the speakers are down low or up high, you know, et cetera, right? So so I would just encourage you. Here's what we're really up against. We can tell the gentleman all day long what we want him to do with the property, but he's well within his right to do whatever is allowed within the code, which again puts all of the onus back on those of us sitting on this dais to get the code updated accordingly. And as many of you would know, but most of you wouldn't know, a great many parts of the code have been updated. Fences, in fact, we did have a town hall on fences 4 years ago now. So fences was a huge issue. So we've been kind of knocking down these outdated aspects of our code, right? Noise is next, for sure. So I just wanted to ask you that just for the benefit of the audience, for my own edification as well, just to understand, you know, what are we talking about here? Like,
Agreed. And
right.
our lease agreements with
Yeah.
any operator that goes into that space would require them to abide by local ordinances.
Right. and
Whatever is
again-
in effect at the
And
moment.
again, so that comes right back to the council once again. So, okay, thank you sincerely for
Thank you.
coming and talking to me. Okay.
I will just say that I thank you for sharing your vision, but his intention for what he wants to see in the space doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to end up there. So I do want to underscore that it is imperative for us as a body to also tighten up, like you said, the noise ordinance, make sure that we have enough staff to take care of any sort of sanitation or police issues or anything else that might arise, so that we could ensure that beyond anybody's like vague desire, that things are actually put in place to make sure that they are good villagers. So I just kind of want to emphasize that as we think about the problem.
Mayor, if I might, Councilwoman, that further to your point, the village council, should it decide to approve the application and working with our planner, we also would have, you also would have the right to impose certain reasonable conditions. They can't be required to accept those, but you are not necessarily required to approve. If they were to accept the conditions on the record, those are binding. That goes beyond whatever you may do to strengthen your ordinance or to strengthen mere enforcement of your code. You could specifically to this property in terms of, and again, I want to do this in the context of working with recommendations from our planner, but to ensure compatibility and consistency, you do have the right to specifically impose certain kinds of conditions, such as what you were referencing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Martin. Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. Everybody else from council, you guys are good? Okay, all right, so this is kind of where I see where we're at, you all. With the new information, so we have a choice, okay? And so I'm just gonna go through them, and this is how we're gonna do it. So we have a choice. We have the choice of we can pass this through, or we have the choice of we can defer this for another month. Look at his face. Or we have the choice where we can defer this for another month. All right. This is how it can work. So I can't motion or second myself. I'm going to ask for a motion. The motion's given. I'll ask for a second. If a second is given, then we do the vote. It has to pass by 3 votes. I'm going to start with, and if you guys don't want to give the motion, it'll die in motion.
I want to give a motion.
Okay, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward will give a motion.
Move to table this item for further consideration.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward moves to table it until next meeting. Next-
Councilwoman, just as a matter of record, when we use the phrase motion to table, I know you have a strong background with parliamentary procedure. Typically, if it's a motion to defer or continue, it is to a date certain.
Yeah, that's why I said the
Choose the
council,
date.
but,
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah. So, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward has a motion to table until the next full council meeting. You want me to say the date?
Defer.
Defer.
Defer to the next full council meeting. Let me ask a question. If it's deferred, Madam Clerk, to the next, we have to advertise again. How much was the advertisement this time? For,
They had to
Yeah, for
pay.
them, they had to pay.
They had to pay, and they also have to pay for the same things that they just finished doing and paying for.
even though it's tabled or deferred,
Yeah, because they need to let the
you have to re-advertise?
yeah, you have to re-advertise. I've already advertised on behalf of the village for it to be sufficient for us, but I would have to re-advertise, and they would have to do everything they've already done to get us to get the residents.
Do you know how much your advertisement?
I believe it was $2,000 to $4,000. I'm not sure, $2,000 to $4,000. But if we defer to a date certain, you still need to advertise.
That's what she was just saying.
Okay.
That's why I wanted to
Mayor-
ask to see. as
Mayor,
well.
can I just make one point?
Yeah.
In an abundance
So-
of caution, it's not
Understood.
100% clear in my opinion, but
Right.
in an abundance of caution, you would want to re-advertise rather than set up automatic grounds for.
Okay. So Mayor, I think this is, if the reason for the continuance is because of the former mayor, I think it's extremely unfortunate. I think it's unfair to the applicant. We submitted an affidavit indicating that she got personal notice of this meeting, number one. Number two, I reached out to her multiple times and tried to meet with her, and she didn't respond, except to say, send me the plans and I'll look at them. This developer has come here, has taken an extremely measured approach. By the way, they've done something that you all invited them to do per your comp plan. Let's develop a Main Street. Let's rehab this abandoned building. They've come here and they've done that. Plus, they're privately funding sewer infrastructure for this. So to delay them further because the former mayor says that she didn't get notice when there's an affidavit on the record that she got it, I think is unfortunate and unfair.
If, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, we still have a motion on the table, but yeah, go ahead, Councilperson Urban.
So I want to say, I am not under the impression that the councilperson's desire to defer has anything to do with
That's what I said, if.
the former mayor. My impression is that, and she's going to correct me one way or another here in just a moment, but understand that my impression is that there are still significant concerns with 2 primary factors. One is noise. I have stated several times already on the record that will lie essentially with me, but with the council, to make sure that that is addressed. You already know what the code, the developer already knows what the code is. They'll
Sure.
work within the means, right?
Sure.
So the final point then, the traffic. So I will say the one concern from the resident is very real in terms of the east wall, whatever that turns out to be. So I'm not discounting the importance of that. That's right up there with the traffic issue. So the traffic issue and the traffic design and those factors, I believe, are still weighing heavily on the residents. So I'll allow the councilperson to let me know if I might be right or wrong on this.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, there was a question about Urban, but I was going to clear up your motion in a second. Do you want to first answer the question about Councilperson Urban?
No.
Like your reasoning for wanting to defer?
Mayor, as we always do in major projects, we give ourselves a chance to look at it from a holistic, rather than an immediate. Many of these people have come here today because they're having an expectation. They've also indicated their concerns. And having indicated their concerns, I think that it's something that we can't overlook. It gives us a little bit more time to be frugal. It gives us a little bit more time to put that on the table, that the residents came to indicate their concerns, and it gives us a little bit more time to look at it, as opposed to just simply approving it just because.
Thank you very much. As I said, we have a motion on the table. I just really want to say really quickly, you all, if the question is noise, we do have a noise ordinance. We can tighten that up through, through our code enforcement. If the question is noise to that point. If the question is traffic, they just said that they would put you can only turn left and go out to Northeast 2nd there. And, we have no control over, we can't say there's 10 people coming to your business, stop it at 10. Like, they have to be successful. There's going to be people going to their business. There's going to be a restaurant. So I don't know. I'm just saying that because I don't know in 1 month how that's going to change.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like how's, you know what I'm saying, you guys? Like, how's it going to be in 1 month? How's it going to change? Unless they go back to the county and find a new traffic route or something like that. That's maybe the only thing. But in 1 month, I don't see the adjustments on those things.
Right. And also, I'm sorry if I may, go ahead, Lord.
I'm sorry, you're the vice mayor. You go ahead.
Go ahead, Vice
Thank
Mayor
you.
Pearl.
The only thing, and it's, it's kind of like a double, feelings over here. It's like, I know people have been getting comfortable with having the property silenced for 15 years. I'll be affected by the noise, if anything, because I'm on Northeast First and 89th Street, front of your house, your future house. And so I don't see any concerns. As what you're saying, this is Zone 4, nothing to do with Zone 5, which is where skate park is. And so it's a little more restricted. It's a mid-side density project, if not low. We're talking about 7,000 square foot dedicated to 2 restaurants. When we had the proposal for the private Catholic school, there was an issue because of traffic, because of noise, because of everything.
Buses too.
So nobody wanted a residential building as well, neither. So what is it that the village wants to go into that property? To sit empty for another 15 years? That's all I have to say.
Mayor?
And
I just want to, look, I obviously have no opinion as to what the council should do. I have no opinion on the motion to defer. I have no opinion on your approval of it. I just want to point out, in the same line that I did with Councilperson Martin, I have no reason to question the veracity or the bona fides of these fine lawyers. And I have no reason to question the veracity or the bona fides or the testimony or the intentions of the principal who spoke. But as a matter of law, because they say something, it is not binding. So if just, look, I can't talk about the noise. I mean, we have an ordinance, but whether you do something about the wall would be easier. But when you talk about a left turn only, if that is material to the council, that be done, and you only want it approved if that's done, then you need to proffer that as a condition of the approval, and if they accept that.
we're fine with that.
If they accept it on the record and it is put into the final resolution, and again, rely on our planner, Ms. Hammonds, and we can, set reasonable conditions to be sure that compatibility and consistency in development occur. You don't do it because you believe people. It needs to be set as a condition The attorney said if you do so, they will accept it on the record, and then it is binding, and it is enforceable. And, you know, where that takes you, and what that has to do with whether that's tonight or next meeting, or the other, but anything that you hear, if you like it, but more than that, if you insist on it, it needs to be set as a condition on the record. That can be done by motion by anybody as ancillary. You can set that condition and still defer it.
Yeah.
You don't have to. But you do have the right to set conditions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's get through the deferral or non-deferral first, and then we'll talk about any conditions we want to set. Let me just say for the record that the wall would be a variance. That wouldn't be a condition for that. That's a whole different process. All right. The wall would be a variance.
Well, you could, I'm sorry to be a lawyer here, Mayor, but that's what I'm supposed to do. You could set a condition that they apply for a variance and bring that before you. I mean, if you can't do catch-22, you can't say we're going to set a condition that you apply for and receive a variance, then you turn down the variance and still say.
But there's no guarantee that the variance would pass, though.
I understand that, but you know, you would deal with that. You'd have to deal with that if it didn't. And as I said, you can't have catch-22. You can't say you have to get a variance. Oh, by the way, we ain't giving you one. But you can set that as a condition if you choose to do that, provided that it gets approved.
Thank you very much, Attorney Gill. Let's just keep it simple. So variances are variances, all right? Conditions are conditions. Like, for example, Corradino has nothing to do with a left-hand turn. They're like, they do like planning and zoning buildings, so they would do the wall, they would do, you know, what material you can use in your swell, they would do, so that's variance stuff. So we'll keep variance, we'll keep conditions. Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. All right, we have anything else from the council? Yes, go ahead, Councilperson.
I do have something just in my mind. So we do have a motion out there for deferral, but aside from that, question to the attorney, can the condition be that they make a left turn at the spot designated, that they said that they could make a left turn only, that there be no bars or nightclubs, and that they apply for the variance? Can those three be, are those all three reasonable conditions?
Let me answer it this way, if I might. First of all, they are separate conditions.
Mhm.
Now, in terms of left turn only, they can put up a sign that says that. It would probably require some further vote from the village as to traffic control, because, I mean, if they accept it as a condition, you often say that's a condition and they accept it, the village has to then, you know, make sure that our traffic control laws also provide for that, so that somebody who violates it can be cited. There's a difference between putting up a sign and being able for the village to enforce it, but it is certainly for them to accept that is an appropriate condition for you to set, and whatever we need to do on our part to carry it into effect, that's up to us to do. As far as, was the second one
Bars,
wall?
no bars or nightclubs.
Oh, well, we have definitions in our code, and in fact, we studied this issue in the context of the skate park. And Ms. Hammonds, if you would be kind enough to help me in answering the councilperson's question, we do have provisions in our code that would allow bars and nightclubs, but that's also a special exception, such as the serving the alcohol? You need to take a microphone.
Yeah, I believe that's a special exception use, but you can confirm. So that means we would have to come back to the council?
Well, if it's set as a condition, I mean, it would be something that you would, it does not mandate that you can't be approved without the condition. You then just have to follow through and get the condition. As I said, The council can't set a condition for you and then say, but we're not gonna do it. I don't think that's appropriate. Ms. Evans, if I might, council.
So I know that the special exception is for alcohol, serving alcohol in locations, you know, adjacent to other uses that are not appropriate. And as far as the use of a bar or nightclub, I don't know that the alcohol special exception goes into that. It's just
Not that one.
service of alcohol, right?
Well, let me answer then as best I can. It is my understanding that we have certain regulations that define what are bars and nightclubs in our code. We looked at them in the context of whether the skate park was in effect functioning at one. So it happens that we looked at it recently.
And is that a special exception also?
It is my opinion that we could say as a condition that this not operate as a bar or nightclub and define that as a place that serves with certain hours, because the hours can certainly be restricted, and that it not derive more than a certain percentage. Typically, as I recall, our regulation of state law of such establishments, it crosses the threshold depending on whether, I believe it's more than 50% of their revenue is derived from the sale of alcoholic beverages as opposed to the sale of food. And that is a proper condition, in my opinion, for you to impose if that's what you want to do. And the third one, which one?
The third one was applying for the variance for the masonry wall.
For the wall. You could certainly require them to seek such a variance as a condition. Now, as I said, if they did and they filed all the appropriate paperwork and they followed through and they applied, and then the council said, the council could not at that point say, now we turn it down, now it fails. You have the right to turn down the variance. You could decide, we love our neighbors, but 9 feet is just too high, we're not gonna give that variance, but they can't be required to get the variance because it's up to you. They can be required to seek the variance, to apply for it, and do their part of it, and then if you approve it, they're bound by it, and if you turn it down, they've done their part, they've applied as you instructed them to do. So in some sense, with some further conditions, the answer to your question is yes, you can require separately, it's not one motion, those are 3 separate conditions. Well, I would retract that. I think you could do it as one motion. You could say, I move we set these 3 conditions. If one of your colleagues disagrees on one of them, they can move to amend your motion and delete whatever number 2 is. But the bottom line answer is yes. You can make a motion to set those or other reasonable conditions, whether if they refuse to accept them, that's a basis for denial is more complicated, but certainly if you say we want you to abide by these conditions, and certainly if they accept them on the record, they are bound, and it's not trusting them with, again, with no questioning their honesty, veracity, but they become legally binding and enforceable because whatever approval you give them was conditioned on their agreement to do those things.
Thank you so much for the clarification. I think this might be something for us to think about. What the applicant is saying is the consumption of alcohol is more of like an ancillary use, and I know that a lot of the residents' concerns surround this being used as someplace for a bar or nightclub where there's kind of alcohol being served, raucous behavior, outdoor noise. So that might be a reasonable thing to do. And for sure, whatever conditions that I or my colleagues would set tonight, if we get past this motion to table, contemplates the applicant doing their best to fulfill the conditions. It doesn't necessarily contemplate then the actual completion of these conditions if the council has some ability to select whether or not they grant the variance or, you know, allow for the left-hand turn. So I thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Attorney. And I do think that the mayor's suggestion to kind of deal with the motion that is out there is a valid one, because there may be no need to discuss conditions tonight.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Martin.
Yeah, I was
Like
just
you
gonna
wanted to jump in real quick. Go ahead.
just clarify one thing, Councilperson. We looked at your code, and an alcoholic beverage establishment is a defined term. That's in essence a bar, a standalone bar. What we're asking approval for is a restaurant with a bar. So there's definitions. The food has to be the primary use, and the alcohol secondary. So that's all we're asking for. We're not asking for an alcoholic beverage establishment. If we were to ask for that, we would have to come back for a special exception approval, which is another public hearing. But that's not at all what we're intending to do.
Which is actually on the staff report and point of the applicant, and then, and on the project.
So-
And then,
Oh,
what it says
sorry.
about restaurants and the difference of being a cocktail lounge or nightclub or liquor store.
Correct.
Yeah.
So by nature of what you're applying for, you couldn't even put a
Correct.
bar or nightclub there.
Correct.
Great to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Martin, Vice Mayor Perrella. Anything else from the council? Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table, you guys, a motion to defer to next month. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, so your motion is to defer until the next full council meeting, which is October 24th. That's why I had my phone out looking at the dates. It's Tuesday, October 24th. Okay, so do you want to say that in your motion, Councilperson
Yes.
Lightfoot Ward?
Yes,
All right.
included in the motion.
Okay, so her motion is so we have a motion on the table, you guys, to defer this item to the next full council meeting, which is Tuesday, October 24th at 7:00 p.m. The motion could die for lack of a second, or we could second, then we could vote. And it could die in the vote if we don't get 3 votes for the motion. All right, so do I have a second for this motion? Going once for a second. Going twice for a second. Going 3 times. The motion fails for lack of a second.
Understood.
All right. Do I have another motion out there for anything?
Yes, I'd like to move to have the applicant accept the conditions of installing that left turn only sign at the spot designated prior, and also apply for the variance as to the height of that masonry wall proposed to the rear of the property.
Okay. And so the motion, because of his explanation about the bar, we don't have to do that motion, that condition?
No, I thought that explanation negated the need to do
Okay.
that. But if anyone else
Councilwoman,
disagrees.
excuse me for breaking in, but
Sure.
we didn't study that issue.
Okay.
And it's better, excuse me for, this is an opinion, but it's better to be redundant than to miss it. So if you include it as a condition and it turned out it wasn't necessary, you still have the protection of it, but in case there's some loophole that in the
Point
definition that we didn't
completely
study.
taken.
Yes.
Point completely taken. So let me amend that motion. I'd like to move to add the conditions of the applicant installing that left turn only designation at the spot designated earlier in the meeting, for there to be a condition that there be no bars or nightclubs, despite whether or not this is redundant, no bars or nightclubs in the proposed development, and also for the applicant to apply for the variance for that 6-foot masonry wall towards the rear of the property.
Councilperson?
If I might, Councilperson, I'm just going to
Sure.
add editorially that as to the first one, as to the left turn only, that they agree to post it, and that they further agree that they will have no objection, and they'll assist the village in taking whatever further action the village may find necessary to actually prevent people from making a right turn out of that same exit, because we may need further action, and we want their agreement that they'll support and not oppose them.
Completely agree. Madam, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No problem, no problem.
I definitely don't.
It's the long hair. That's what it is. It's the long hair. What can I say?
My boys have long hair, so
all
it's not
good.
that.
It's the long hair.
Mr. Mayor, I know you wanted to add something.
Well, I wanted to ask you, I did want to add something, and I wanted to ask you with my ignorance. So, but when people apply for a variance, when they walk into the building department, Madam Manager, and apply for a variance, they're saying, okay, I have this, and I'm applying for this. So don't we have to say what size wall we want right now that we want to apply for? Because they can say, okay, you want to apply for a variance, we'll go in and ask for a 7-foot wall tomorrow.
Your
So
point
we
is
have to
very well
say
taken,
probably
Mayor.
a 10-foot. We have to say that
How
in
many
the.
feet, councilperson?
Oh, well, that's a big question. So
10,
I can't imagine that. One second. I can't imagine.
Oh, yeah, she's saying, well, you speak first, and then she's saying that she's the one that brought it up, so why don't we hear from her? But you speak first,
Okay.
and then I'll bring her up. You speak first, Madam.
For sure. I'm
Councilperson
sure
Martin.
that 6 foot wasn't arbitrary, and I definitely don't want there to be a wall that is just an eyesore. So for sure, I feel like a foot higher should be sufficient, especially because I imagine there being some sort of green element added to that. But I'm more than willing to listen to the young lady who lives behind the property.
All right, so let's bring her up.
And
We have a
Mr.
motion in the.
While she's coming, if I might also, if you move for a higher number, that doesn't mean, and they agree to make that application, remember, it's still up to the council to approve what you approve. So you could say 8 and still only approve 7, they've done their part, and that still rests with you to decide when the variance actually comes in front of you.
If I may not, let me know, but if I may.
Well, Councilperson
Yeah.
Urban, let me let her speak, and then I'll come right to you.
Okay.
Say your
First
name,
off-
address for the record.
Oh,
again.
yes, it's Joan Hector, 260 Northeast 88th Street. Thank you for calling me young lady. I haven't been called that in a long time, so I really appreciate
We're
that.
all young ladies.
I actually cannot tell you exactly how high I would like the wall to be, and that's because I would like to stand at my back door and hold a measuring stick up and go, is 8 feet enough? So my question would be, what if there was a variance that said up to 9 feet? We could always go with the 7 foot, but by then I would know. So unless I run home right now and try and measure it to say, look, this is what's gonna block out, you know, the view and everything like that.
The only thing that I would say about that is that variances usually have to be really direct and detailed.
I
For
understand.
the most part.
I cannot give you the exact height. I don't want 12 feet, I don't want 10 feet. My guess is probably 8 feet. That's my guess. There is a house on the corner of 89th Street and Northeast 3rd Avenue. They have an 8-foot wall. And it looks, it's right next, yes. So I would really like to measure it and be absolutely certain, because I don't want to cause, obviously, the higher the wall, the additional expense and everything else. I'm not interested, you know, in that. I'm just interested in getting it as tall as I need it to be, so that when I walk out, I'm not looking right into the parking lot.
We're fine with up to 8 feet, and then we
Yeah,
can.
Mayor, if I might, councilperson, it is your privilege making the motion to specify exactly how tall you want it. It is also your privilege to say up to, and then the council later makes its determination as to what's necessary. They have to just accept whatever the condition is, and we're gonna get to that in a moment. You can do it either way, that's your privilege.
For sure. And then despite whatever we say tonight, there is an opportunity for the applicant to get with whomever might be abutting the property to come up with some sort of mutually agreed upon height of this fence, because I am no masonry wall expert. So I can't really tell you whether or not 7 or 8 is sufficient, but I do know there will be time enough for you to do your due diligence to figure out what is a sufficient wall that brings everyone to a mutual agreement on this point. But for that, I will amend my motion to say I would love to move that there be conditions placed forth for the applicant to accept, that include 1, a left turn only sign at the spot designated, and for the applicant to do everything in their power to make sure that they apply for whatever needs to be applied for to make it such that that is a binding sign. For there to be no bars or nightclubs as a tenant in this development. And three,
Councilperson, could you just clarify, no standalone bars, right? Because
no
the restaurant-
standalone,
okay.
thank you. No standalone bars or nightclubs in this development.
Councilperson Martin, before you do number three, maybe what we should do, just, you guys don't have to do this, but maybe just to be safe, we might want to say up to like 9 or 10 feet?
9.
Up to 9 or 10 feet, because we can still be 7 or 8.
Okay.
Like, I don't want it to where she gets there and she measures and she's like, oh, it should be 9.5.
But
or it
in the
should be
meeting,
9.
let's say we just said up to 8, and then in the meeting, you guys, could you go to 10?
No, if it's up to would be that's the limit, right?
If
So
you say up to 8, then it's no taller than that.
Yeah.
However, that's what they're accepting. That's what your motion is. Could you come back later if you decided that you wanted to change your mind? They're not bound except to what they're agreeing to, but, you know, if there's a final vote somewhere along the line, usually applicants don't like to go at direct cross purposes with the governing body that's regulating them, so.
There you go. But in an abundance of caution, let's say the third would be for the applicant to apply for the variance on that height of the masonry wall towards the rear of the property to no taller than or up to 10 feet, and do everything in their power to come to a meeting of the minds with the young lady whose property it abuts. So those are the conditions I would set forth in my motion, and I assume at that point, the applicant would say whether or not they're fine with that, correct?
And Mayor, I know you have a councilman who wants to be heard, but let me just say, if you should ask for a second before you have discussion.
Thank you very much, Attorney Gill. I appreciate it. Before we go to Councilperson Erbaum, do I have a second with the motion that Councilperson Martin stated?
Well, if there's, I'm sorry to interrupt, if there's anything that could be added to the motion?
Well,
Like
first
no,
you-
no live bands or
make a new
outside, or not using the parking lot as a,
Vice
you
Mayor,
know.
the direct answer is first, the motion has to be seconded, so it's being considered. At that point, you're in discussion. I know Councilperson Erbaum has already recognized, but in the course of discussion,
You can
any
amend.
member can move to
Amend
amend
it.
what the motion is to say, I want another condition in.
That's right.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Erbaum. The floor is yours.
And Mayor, if I might, real quickly, I know I hate to hold off the councilperson, but having heard the 3 conditions of the motion, we'll ask on the record on behalf of the ownership group if the applicant accepts those 3 conditions as stated on the record.
Yes, we accept them as stated on the record.
Okay. Go.
Very much. There's a motion. There's a second. Councilperson Erbaum, you have the floor.
All right. I'm very glad that Juan and Camila are not here tonight because they would be having a heart attack right now, realizing we're about to have another town hall on fences, because if we are developing Second Avenue, which we are, then this discussion of east and then on the west side of Second Avenue, the west boundary of property lines between commercial businesses and residential properties, this is going to repeat over and over again the entire length of what we plan on having as the commercial district of Second Avenue. So, we are in this scenario this evening, again, because we don't have a code that's had to deal with this, and so we don't have a code that has dealt with it. So this is gonna come back to the forefront, I think, as commercial development begins on Second Avenue. So in light of that, as we consider specifically this fence aspect on the rear of the property, I would encourage the council to think beyond just this applicant, but that we're gonna see this again and again, and what do we want that boundary to look like? What do we want that boundary to accomplish? What do we want that boundary to be? And then that's gonna be part of what goes into an updated code, and again, I'm just so glad Juan and Camila are not here to sit there and realize are we going to go through a commercial fence town hall? Because that was quite an ordeal going through the residential aspect of it. But, you know, to Councilperson Lightfoot Ward's earlier point, we have, this council, as well as any other council anywhere in the world, has seen people come in, make promises, tell us everything we need to hear, and then we find out later we've made a significant misstep, right? So my final point is this. I appreciate what this particular applicant is trying to accomplish with that specific property. I certainly hope and wish for all the best, because if it does work out with the vision that's intended, I think that we have a great beginning to that commercial district of Second Avenue corridor, and so it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward. But I greatly appreciate everybody's time, residents specifically, in being out here. And again, as I always say, we cannot do anything without input from the residents, and it's greatly appreciated to have residents who are interested in the future of this village and are so passionate about what this village will look like in the future.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Erbaum. If there's, you had an amendment or a possible amendment to the motion. Is there any more discussion before we go to the possible amendment to the motion by the council? Okay. Vice Mayor Perrella.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, the amendment was to it is to actually have where no live music or live band outside of the premises of the, consigned building, So not special events and parking lots, in the parking lot, or live music outside. That'll be,
Councilperson.
To be clear, if I might, Councilor, the amendment, if I
to
understand-
not to hold any special event with live music in the parking lot or in front of, outside of the.
Yeah, if they wanted to do a special event, they can apply for a special event permit still to do that, correct? For the courtyard? Okay.
Yes.
I mean, typically what I've seen in.
The courtyard in the front of the property, right.
In terms of during normal activities, a prohibition on music above background levels. So you can have background music in the courtyard as part of a coffee shop or something like that, but no loud, music above background.
Right, okay.
We're fine with that. And the ability to, if we want to get a special event, once a year, whatever the case may be, we can do that.
All right, so you're making that amendment?
Yes.
Okay, with those, with the clarification that
Clarification that they can obtain a special
Events
event
permit.
which is limited to certain hours.
And they can play, the businesses can play music.
Ambient music.
Like ambiance music,
Ambiance music,
like outside,
yes.
if they would like, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
Go
Can we restate what that condition is? Just.
The motion is to, where they have limitations and where to use the outside spaces for live music, other than obtaining a special event permit, right?
So you want no live bands outside?
Outside.
That's what you
every
want
day.
us, no live bands outside.
No,
That
Now,
will create more
No
noise.
use of the external premises without obtaining the outside part, without obtaining
Obtaining
a special event permit and limiting any music to background levels of music in accordance with our
Our
code,
ordinance,
but also
right.
specifically not, you're not trying to stop a strolling violin.
Exactly.
So, no music in excess, and
Yeah,
how did
I
you
think
phrase it,
that-
Counselor?
Yeah, I think the condition would be anything above, no live music, but anything above background music would need a special event. We want the ability to have some ambient music
Well, you don't wanna stop a strolling violin, that's like.
Right, so yeah,
Right.
actually, you could have a
There you
violin
go.
that plays
Yes.
at background level, so it can't even be no live music. It would be, music shall be limited to background levels only unless a special event permit is obtained. I think that
What
covers.
did you say about special?
Music shall be limited to background levels unless a special event permit is obtained.
I'm not sure that's what the vice mayor said.
Yeah, what I think what's happening is the vice mayor is attempting, like his preference is to preempt the possibility of a live band through a
bands.
special event permit.
Right.
But what's
Especially in the parking lot.
yeah.
You
But-
wanna have a book
You know what we
fair
can do is-
out there, that's one thing, and you wanna have, a violinist or something walking around, that's,
I got it. You don't want to have amplified
Right.
music. If you
Yes.
want to have a violin playing that's not amplified, that's essentially
Exactly.
background. You
Right.
can do it.
amplified above background levels.
Yeah, yeah.
And then only upon a special event permit. I think that's, Councilperson Martin, I think that's, to your request, a fair restatement of what the vice mayor is suggesting.
Yeah, I just don't want us talking ourselves out of like a farmer's market or something that's not intrusive, right? So I just don't want this to be too broad, but I
That's
think
why I want to
the
specify mostly
amplified sound,
live bands and stuff.
I think that amplification of sound
Amplification
is
sound,
what
yes.
we're getting at.
Perfect.
And there are also, restricted hours that they would have to
Well, that
abide
goes
by
with the
anyway.
Special event permit.
Yeah.
but You have some guy picking a guitar, that's not gonna,
Yeah.
unduly disturb people.
Right.
I think the council person, when
Got
it
it.
says amplification, or council when you said that, that's, I think, the
Yes.
essence of it. And Mayor, if you get it seconded, you can keep talking about it.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. All right, so, okay, but so the actual motion is what?
No, to.
What's the actual motion? Because we're talking about amplified music, amplified to what level? Like it might be
Above
amplified
background
a little bit. All right, so above background music.
Background
I
noise.
just think we're really getting to the weeds here, you guys, a little bit.
The motion is simply to amend the motion.
I was trying to limit it more towards the, using the parking lot because it's, as an, venue for any, live band mini concert or anything like that.
I
Unless
understand what you're saying.
it's by a special, permit.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I just think that if they were going to hold something in a parking lot, they couldn't do it without a special events permit anyway, right?
Hold on,
So-
let's nail down the wording of this motion. Get a second on it and get into discussion. The wording of this motion is simply, he's amending it to say that no amplified music be permitted unless, I don't know how to get to the only statement, but unless a special event application were completed. And I believe his secondary concern is if an event took place in the parking lot, then you've lost all your parking, you've created, it just, right? So that, I feel like the use of the parking lot for anything other than parking is a whole separate condition.
That's right.
And that the original amendment that was being sought after is simply no amplified noise beyond background levels
That's right.
without
Right.
a special use permit successfully completed. And then I do think that the use of the parking lot is an additional condition. And I'm rapidly thinking I might have supported Councilperson Lightfoot Ward's motion to defer.
Council, Vice Mayor, is that language satisfactory to you?
Yes.
You guys have a motion on the
Where it's
table?
not amplified music used in the parking lot other than its original use, I guess.
Well, and
Amplified
exterior,
noise.
I mean, there's a big
Exterior.
front lawn there. You might have a farmer's market or a book fair on the front lawn, but you don't want amplified music there.
Right.
I think it should be amplified noise.
Amplified noise.
Yeah,
Noise.
I mean,
That's better.
and once we do get to discussion, I know that the residents also have input again.
Gotta get a second first.
Mhm.
I'm going to get a second. We have an original motion from Councilperson Martin that now has an amendment. Do I have a second for the amendment?
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, Councilperson
I'll
Martin.
second the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councilperson Martin seconds the amendment. Who out there wants to
Should we
speak?
seek agreement from the applicant before we discuss?
Yes, sir, precisely correct. Do you accept that condition?
Yes, we
as
accept
phrased
those
on the record?
conditions as stated on the record.
Thank you.
Come up, say your name and address for the record.
Charles Winters, 377 85th Street. As an owner of a violin shop and someone who works with these instruments all the time, AC just shut off. That was 70 decibels. Standard restaurants operate at 80 decibels and can get up to 110 decibels. To let you know what 110 decibels is, it's a jackhammer. Most rock concerts go to about 120 decibels. It's very easy to say exactly how loud you want everything to go. You don't need to just make up words and with the amplifier or not. I have violins in my shop that can reach 100 decibels easily. But then again, a jackhammer is 110 decibels. So where do you want to put your threshold at? I think your guys are going to have to choose in the end, like if they're going to approve
And the noise
something
ordinance,
at that time.
yeah,
your
that'll
noise
be
ordinance,
more with the
exactly
noise
where everything
ordinance.
lands at.
I was just trying to get to where the parking lot is not being used as a, you know, as a form of, you know, concert and
That's
stuff.
acceptable to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, you can certainly fine-tune it in deference to the gentleman's point, and you will be looking at a noise ordinance for a number of reasons. I'm satisfied that saying above background is sufficiently clear for purposes of this motion and this condition, which they've accepted on the record, to give you a basis to look at it. I don't say he's not correct, but as he says, you start getting into decibel levels, and there's a lot of other issues, and, you know, how focused it is, and whether it's amplified or not. I think it's sufficient for the purpose that the vice mayor expressed to do it as was phrased, though we can certainly fine-tune that when we redo the noise ordinance, which will be binding on everybody everywhere, not just on this property.
Say your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention I was
What's
kind of
your name?
anxious. Scott Kobrick, 8525 Northeast 4th Avenue Road. So I just was anxious to come up because I felt like I could add a little bit to this. I am on both sides. I'm a resident of this. But then I also have a coffee shop, which we are in New York City. We are opening here in Miami Beach. And we also operate as a cocktail bar. So we're a coffee and cocktail bar. And so I thought that this was pertinent because, first of all, with the language about it being a bar, what is, you know, necessarily the definition of that, and as well as when it comes to the music, I know that, you know, as a cocktail bar, we often would like to have, you know, somebody playing a violin or something like that. So I think that that's really important. Obviously, I thought it was a great note about the decibel level. If there is ways to you know, do that, but if there is being pointed out that there, you know, is some issues with that, then maybe a more loose language. But I do think that, you know, what we want is we don't want loud music. That doesn't necessarily mean whether it's you know, that we don't want acoustic music, you know, for ambiance and background. So I think that, you know, it's just really important that that is, you know, we're not banning anything that should be allowed, and at the same time we're protecting the residents. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I thought there was a motion. Are you opening the public hearing?
It's an amendment.
It's an amendment.
Okay, I didn't know the public hearing was still open.
The
Or?
mayor just allowed
Okay,
residents to
okay.
comment on the amendment.
Yeah.
Understood.
Say your name and address for the record.
Serena Erie from 8600 excuse me, 2nd Avenue. Can we just have I don't think any of the residents want to hear noise, music, anything outside after 10 p.m. Can we just cut it off 10 p.m.? That there can't be any outdoor right?
I will be calling a code enforcement committee meeting in October.
Mm-hmm.
And the primary purpose of that code enforcement committee, I don't have a date yet, but I am going to have a code enforcement committee in October. And essentially the single item on that agenda is going to be addressing the noise ordinance across all zones specifically. So that specific issue initially does rest on my shoulders as the chair of that committee, but the council ultimately, I am intending to have actionable agenda items being presented to the full council as soon as possible on noise ordinance specifically. So that process is beginning with me on my shoulders in October. We need to get through the budget this meeting essentially, so I did want to have that meeting actually this month, but there's just no way with the schedule, so it will be next month. But that is top of priority list.
I mean, because it's good enough for New York.
Yeah.
It should be good enough for Miami.
All right, thank you. And we do have a noise ordinance already.
I moved to Miami in 2001, and I remember this town as a quiet, subtropical beach town. Like between Buenos Aires and New York, I'm sad to see the pace of the city the humidity does not allow a New York hustle pace, I gotta tell you. So I really miss my quiet, subtropical beach town.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Erbaum. We have a motion. Did we get the second to the motion? All right, we have a motion. We have a second for the amendment being added to the original motion. So,
Mr. Mayor, can you read that motion again? Because so much has been said. What is that motion?
If I can restate it, it
Yes.
was to amend Councilperson Lightfoot Board, excuse me, I'm talking to Councilperson, amend Councilperson Martin's motion setting 3 conditions to add another one, that there not be any amplified music above background noise levels played in the exterior of the premises, being the parking lot, the front yard, whatever. And did I miss part of it, or was that the essence of it?
That was the essence of it,
Yeah.
especially to use the parking lot as
Right. For a number of reasons, that you could not,
to
I mean, you could
conserve
do
any-
it, what it would allow would be like a book fair or a farmer's market, or if you had some tables on the grass, you could have a strolling violinist, but you couldn't have blaring loudspeakers. The issues about decibel level and the hours of operation, I'm sorry, the other part of the
Without.
motion by the vice mayor was without, and you had to get a special event permit.
That's right.
Those are the 2 things. No amplified music above background noise level and special event permit. The other issues that are raised, and they're important and they're valid, but, as far as decibel level and as far as what hours of operation, those will be things that are addressed by Councilperson Erbaum when they look at the overall noise ordinance. But in the meantime, that hasn't come, it hasn't passed, so Vice Mayor's amendment is to be sure, at least at this one, in this location, that there not be those problems because of the condition which the applicants have accepted on the record.
Thank you.
thank you very much.
We're ready for the vote.
Thank you very much, Attorney Geller. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any more discussion? This is for the conditions.
The amendment.
The amendment for the conditions.
Yes, precise.
No more discussion? Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Now you're back on the main
Now-
motion as amended.
Yep. Now we're back on the main motion of conditions.
Well, I have a question. Did you move to approve it with conditions, Councilperson Martin?
No, I just moved to
No,
set
she
the
just moved to
conditions.
second.
Just the conditions?
Yeah, just the conditions.
So I think the motion would be fairly stated that if there is a motion for approval, which would, I guess, come next, or disapproval, or whatever you do, that it be based on what are now 4 conditions of approval that the applicant has accepted on the record. That's your motion.
Yep, to motion to approve, resolution G1, which is the same,
I'm sorry, Mayor, she says it's just for the conditions.
her first three conditions. Her first three conditions? We just voted on the amendment.
So there's now a motion, I'm sorry, I don't mean to use with you, I apologize. You have, her motion as amended by the vice mayor's motion is any approval is now conditioned on not 3, but 4 conditions. You take a vote on that, and then you can go back and say, do you approve it subject to the conditions, or do you disapprove?
Do I have a motion of approval on the conditions?
Yeah, I move to approve these 4 conditions.
Motion made by
together.
Councilperson Urban.
That's actually what Councilperson Martin's motion is. You have that. That's there. You just need to vote on it.
Okay.
Seconded by Councilperson Urban. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
May I please have a motion for the Sanctuary Village site plan?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Urban, second by Vice Mayor Perella.
To approve with those conditions?
Correct.
To approve with the condition of the village site plan. Is there any more discussion, you guys? No, we're good. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella. Mayor Nickerson.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
Next up is the special exception. This is about the alcohol itself.
Yes, sir.
Sanctuary Village, can you read that into the record for me?
Yes, G2, a resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting special exception for an alcohol beverage service establishment at the existing building at 205 Northeast 87th Street in Zone 4 Main Street in the Village of El Portal. An application by Sanctuary Village LLC, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for violation of conditions, providing for an effective date.
All right, is there any discussion on this? All right, hearing none. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Urban. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
No.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella. Yes. Mayor Nickerson.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, you guys take care. Next, we're going on to the next resolutions. This is the site plan. This is for a home, you guys. We already had individuals come up in the planning and zoning. Everybody, thank you for coming out. Appreciate it. I mean, you guys are welcome to stay. I don't know if the rest is going to be as exciting as that was, though. So, but we appreciate you all coming out. Thank you very much. Get home safely. Take care. Thank you for all your input. We really appreciate it. All right, so the site plan for what is this, 89th Street and the 100 block? Come on up, you guys come on up. You come on up also, Scarlett. One person go there, one person come here.
You guys can stay there. She's going.
All right. And Attorney Geller. Resolution G3, we need that read into the record for me, please. Yes, thank you very much.
Resolution of the G3, a resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for new construction of a 2-story residence at 1XX, and the reason for that is it does not have a specific street address assigned by the post office at this time. Northeast
What is it? What is it? The house number?
We're gonna call it 102. We were told by the.
Okay.
If we guys have a third party that's available. 102.
Okay. But officially, right now, it's not yet 102.
No.
Okay, so then it'll be 1XX for the record.
Northeast 89th Street in Zone 3, suburban residence in the Village of El Portal. An application by George Fermento providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for violation of conditions, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. And you all were sworn in, correct?
Yes.
You guys were sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And can you please, I'll have Scarlett talk and then we'll come to the council. Right? Can you please give us like a little background on this and your recommendation, which is the most important?
Yes, this applicant is an application by George Formiento. He's requesting a site plan approval for the construction of a new residence on the 100 block of Northeast 89th Street. The site is 6,961 square feet, and it's currently vacant. The proposed residential use is permitted under Chapter 24. The proposed home is to be 2 stories, and it will be a total of 2,931 square feet.
Thank you very much. Your recommendation?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't finished.
Oh, sorry.
The home was reviewed under development standards of the code and found to be consistent, and they're requesting no variances. The design is for the new residence represents a contemporary architectural style. While it varies from the more traditional styles found in the existing home in El Portal, the proportions and the scale of the residence are compatible with the neighborhood houses. And our recommendation is for approval.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Okay, we went through this in planning and zoning. Any questions?
Again, I don't want to see that slash pine sick in a few months after you finish the house, okay? It's been there for 100 years.
We're moving mountains to try to keep that forever.
There you go. That's the only thing we're worried about. Any questions or comments from the audience? You guys good? All right. Do I have a where's the clerk? The clerk. Where's the clerk? Oh, she went to the bathroom. Oh, no, you're good. Do I have a motion to approve, you guys?
What are we approving?
We're approving the site plan at at the first block of Northeast 89th Street.
Get him to,
Do I have a motion to approve?
Yes, so moved.
Moved by Councilperson Urban. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll call, Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Congratulations, you guys. Appreciate
I
it.
have a question. Can we do next time? Can we do this 3-minute meeting before the 3-hour meeting?
It's all good. Hey, you know, I appreciate it. You guys take care. Have a great night.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Next is the site plan for the resolution. Where's it going? We're at G4.
Site Plan 286 Northeast 87th Street. A resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for the renovation of a 1-story residence at 286 Northeast 87th Street in Zone 3, suburban residence in the Village of El Portal, an application by Danielle Riley, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for violation of conditions, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Can you give us a brief description and your recommendation on this?
The applicant, Ruben Jimenez, is requesting site plan approval for the addition and renovation of the new residence. In addition, there are 3 variances that are being requested to make this happen. To convert an existing carport into a living space, to construct a wing wall that would exceed 6 feet in height by 1 foot and 7 inches, and to reduce the distance between the 2 driveways in the front yard, which are required to be 50% of the frontage, and they are now requesting to have a separation of 25 feet. The lot is a total of 9,570 square feet, and it currently contains a 1,338 square foot home, and which was built in 1940. The project consists of a complete renovation of this existing 1-story home, including the roof, the floor slabs, the interior configuration, and a 400 square foot rear covered patio in addition. The granting of the site plan approval is in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the comprehensive plan, and the proposed architecture is compatible with the existing residential architecture character within the village today. The granting of the variances as presented is also in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the zoning code. There's parking for 2 vehicles on site. The carport will be replaced with a wall which will have windows that match the proportion and design of the existing windows on the main facade of the residence, and the proposed height of the wall is very minimally taller than allowed by code, while it also furthers the architectural theme of the frontage of the residence. And the distance between the two driveways is still compliant with the intent of the code, while allowing for, to save a tree, basically, in the remaining place that it is currently located to contribute to the street canopy. So for those reasons, it's recommended that this variance and also site plan is approved by the council.
Okay, so even the variances are recommended for approval. I'm open up to the council. Any questions?
Accept the staff report into evidence.
I'll accept the staff report into evidence for the record. Are there any questions or comments from the council, you guys?
Is this, Mr. Mayor, is this the property at 286 Northeast 87th Street?
This property is, yes, that's that property.
All right.
I have one question. What is the reason for the request for the extra height of the fence?
Hi, Ruben Jimenez. I'm with Our Method, Inc. I need to say the address, right? 361 East Hillsborough Boulevard, Deerfield Beach, 33441. The intent, well, to take you a step back, it's to keep the integrity of this design style that the house is using, which is mid-century modern. It's a style that's also contemporary with the time when the house was built. A lot of mid-century homes have a wing wall or a privacy wall that is actually higher and creates like an entry, like it's usually at an entry height, which is more like 7 to 8 feet. We're dropping it down so that we can align with the bottom of the windowsills. It's more it's an important feature aesthetically for that time period and for that architectural style.
Yeah, so I will first acknowledge that my opinion of architecture carries no meaning here because it's not part of what we're deciding on that. I am glad to see this style though, to be perfectly honest. I like seeing angles and so some of the more modern designs that have been presented to me are a little bit cold. I find this to be warm and I agree that it fits with the style of the village. I was actually glad to see the design personally. Again, even though my personal opinion on architecture holds no bearing on this, we just want to find out if it is, within the boundaries and up to code and it was in compliance and all the rest. I have mid-century house. I have mid-century modern furniture. I love mid-century modern. I have so you may or may not be aware of the drama that has, as was previously referenced with the Village Plaza site plan, fences specifically. So one thing I had not said, which was kind of a moot point anyway, but the concern becomes we approve the variance on this simply for a design reason, aesthetic reason, right? There will be absolutely nothing stopping every single resident from coming in here with a variance on why can't I have a 7-foot fence? Why can't I have? I'm already having palpitations thinking about all the variance applications we're about to get received from a 10-foot variance that's already been suggested, hasn't been approved, but even just a suggestion of a 10-foot variance is oh man. So I appreciate the explanation. Will there be a cutout, a walkthrough for the resident to pass through this wall, or will it be a solid structure?
No, well, the same architectural style has breeze block, and so there's going to be inserts in the wall that
to allow airflow, but it's not going to be be a door cutout for someone. Okay.
The actual it's on the other side.
Sure.
If I will, the wing wall is on the east side of
Okay.
the property.
Yes,
and their access is on the west.
Okay.
Take the mic. Take the mic.
It's a second. Yeah.
It's on the second.
Yeah. Help me out, Vice Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and it's not a, if I may, it's not a perimeter fence. It's actually a wing wall that extends from the exterior corner of the house.
But it's the same
It's a wing
structure.
wall.
It's
a
the
wing
same
wall.
structure that in the code is limited to 6 feet, correct?
1 second. Councilor Lightfoot Ward, do you want your point of order, or you okay?
He finally went back to the
Okay.
mic. So
All right.
thank
No
you.
problem. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So that is correct that without this variance, this wall would be limited to 6 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the variance,
Okay.
from 6 feet to 7 and 7 feet, 7 inches.
That's right.
Yeah, my wife actually grew up in a house that does not look outrageously dissimilar to this. She would disagree, but in my mind, I see it. So, so I understand your point of, well, then if I drop the fence, the wall, sorry, forgive me, if I drop the height of the wall, then I have to drop those windows down to maintain the aesthetic that I'm going for, and that no longer matches with where I have the windows placed in reference to the other placement of the other, the first lower roof there, and then the angled one at the top, right? So the entire aesthetic is ruined if the window has to be shifted because the wall is reduced by a foot and a half. Is it a foot and a half, 7.5 feet? Is that what we're saying?
1 foot 7, yeah.
1.7?
Yeah, 1.7.
Or 1 foot 7 inches?
I'd like to make.
Yeah,
one
please,
point
yep.
too. Also, where this property is, there is a decrease in elevation from the road to the back of the property.
Mhm.
So actually, from the road, you're talking about probably less than a 6-foot height in terms of the ground elevation at the street, because I've got about a 1.5 foot drop from the sidewalk to the front of the house. So effectively, from the street, this is not blocking more than 6 feet of visibility. You're talking about more of a functional, closer to an actual 6 foot from the street.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
It's helpful. So, so you know where we're coming from. We have been through it, specifically regarding fences, even more specifically regarding fence variations. The only thing that rivals the drama that took place in terms of code is now noise, as you heard previously, right? I do have I completely agree with the reasoning. I 100% agree with the reasoning.
Can I get in here?
It is terrifying to think of what is going to be coming our way if we approve the variance on this wall. That's my final 2 cents.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Urban. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
It's a new building, yes?
It's an extensive renovation of an existing house.
Okay, you're
So-
changing the building, right?
Yeah.
We're changing the look of the
You're-
building.
you're changing the building.
It's gonna occupy the
It's-
same footprint, but most of it is in need of major
Okay,
renovation.
so you're changing the building.
Largely.
The building in itself is more than 1 floor, yes?
No,
It's one
it's
floor?
a single story, yeah.
Okay. The elevation is the issue, right? You got one looking like it's gonna take off from a landing, and you got another one that's just flat. That's where we're going?
The aesthetic roof, the roof lines, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. And the wall in itself is a concern because,
No, it's an aesthetic preference and for the
For the owner.
style of the house. If we're staying true to the mid-century modern, details, that's one detail that you'll
Okay.
see in a lot of mid-century
but
houses.
it definitely does not, it's gonna, this house is so new that it's gonna change the landscaping of the homes that are there right now, yes? They don't look like that, right?
No, there's some mid-century homes here. I mean, there's a lot of modern homes, which are,
Let's stay where we are. This, where you're trying to make it be, is different from the other homes in the area, yes?
I would say it's similar to a good number of homes built in the mid-century period.
Not my question. This is a different looking house on this street, yes?
it is gonna be,
Different
it's
from
gonna be
some of the
unique.
houses,
Very
but I would
good.
say
It's gonna be
similar to
unique.
also many of the houses.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry.
One second, can I just jump in for a second? I support Councilman Urban's efforts to make like things like, because we have a code for a reason, and a variance should be that. We are doing too many variances. There should be a good reason why we are deviating from what is the standard in our code. And I think when we're talking about that 10-foot wall, there's an easy way to differentiate that, in that this is something that is going to be delineating this like higher use area and not necessarily within our single-family housing area.
There you
So
go.
I think that's a great way to kind of cut off why we are deviating from the norm along that Northeast Second Avenue corridor. In this situation, if it's minimally important, if it's just a foot, my question to you is why not just keep it at 6 feet?
Keep it at 6 feet.
Like, is
Again,
there
we're
something
trying to-
standard
Well,
in
it's-
mid-century
it's-
modern that
it's
says it
keeping-
has to be a 7-foot wall?
No, it's not, it doesn't have to do with the height, a specific height, it has to do with the lines.
It's where it lines
of
up
the
with that window specifically, and then also,
Again-
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe then what we're looking at going further is to talk about these wing walls and how they are able to be differentiated from whatever other type of perimeter that we're saying has to be 6 feet. So maybe that's something that we can think about.
It's been a little while, but I seem to recall that there is a distinction, or there used to be a distinction maybe in the code between what's considered a fence and what's considered a wall. And a wall being attached to the building is actually under different set of parameters from
So
the fences.
so this would make sense to me, and if we don't have that, this is probably
And-
something we
and
can look at.
From what I remember, and obviously don't quote me on this, but I recall that the height of a wall, a wing wall that's attached to the structure of the building is limited to the roof line of said structure. So technically, that would mean that it is allowed, but again, I'm not the person that can
No,
answer
I
that,
completely
so-
get you. I completely get you, and I think there needs to be, I think this just kind of highlights, beyond your project, I think this kind of just highlights what we need to do by grouping like things together. So if this is something different, then it probably needs to be treated differently in the code, if it is not already. And then we can differentiate them from perimeter fences, and then we can delineate that from things that are occurring along our Northeast Second Avenue corridor.
Yeah, if I may add, I was waiting for everybody to close their comment, but this project was initially reviewed with Plus Serbia, with Camila, and I know that she's not here to speak, but I think there was a code excerpt that she was referring to when we did the planning and zoning hearing, where it was spoken to that effect, that this isn't considered a wing wall, and there's a height of the building. Yeah, there was a building height. We were subject to the building height, not the fence height, because of the fact that it was. Now, where it went to be a variance as a fence, that's where I didn't
That's
follow.
where you got lost.
All
That's-
right.
That's where I, somewhere along the line, it
We're
was.
lost
So-
in the same area,
And
but
so,
I
I
think
mean,
we're
but
found
it
now.
is something that
Look,
we're willing to work with you guys and.
Section 24-B.15, Zone 3, Z3 suburban residence, front yard and side yard. Front yard and side yard. No wall, fence, hedge, or other obstruction shall be permitted within the principal front setback, right? Okay. Wire fences may be erected to follow, okay. All right. On lots that are not corner lots, Height, the maximum height for walls, fences, and hedges shall be 6 feet from the established grade. So from the established grade, right?
Mhm.
Or 6 feet from actual ground level of such wall or fence, whichever is higher, with the following exceptions. No wall, fence, hedge, or other obstruction shall be permitted within the principal front setback or the secondary front setback, with the exception of masonry or coral rock walls with a maximum height of 4 feet. So you see sometimes those little rock walls between the properties, that's what they're talking about. No wire fence, blah, blah, blah. Wing walls, hereby defined as a wall or walls which extend from a building to or toward the property line, parallel to and in line with the front of said building, may exceed 6 feet in height, but may exceed 6 feet in height, but not more than roof line height, provided the design and height thereof shall first be approved by process of variance. So,
Okay.
okay,
That's where-
so there it is. So clearly it says, by all means, apply for a variance. What I'm saying is, we've been through the ringer on this, and I know that if we approve a 7.5-foot wing wall, we're going to reopen the floodgates of variances
That's a plan
for
to-
walls on corner lots, so my only suggestion is, if you could establish what the height at the, you're saying it descends towards the house, the actual elevation of the lot descends as, you know, from the right of way as you approach, yeah, from the road, okay. So, you know, my suggestion would be if we could find out what that height from the right of way, from 6 feet above that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if we can.
And I have to say it's probably very close because this average sidewalk elevation is the established grade that these measurements are coming off of.
Yeah.
I believe when we're talking about a 7.5-foot wall or whatever it is, we're talking about the true height of the wall
Right.
and not
Correct.
from the established grade.
I agree.
So we may be very close to
So-
6 feet according to the definition of the height. I would have to look into.
So I would, before, for me personally, for me to feel comfortable, you know, voting yes on a variance for the wall specifically, I would want to know what height I mean, how many inches is it? If we're getting to within a few inches, okay, I'm not gonna, you know, fine. But as it stands right now, just a straightforward foot and a, you know, 7-inch addition, strictly for preference, is a long way to go for me to meet in the middle on that one.
Yeah, the height, the 7 foot and the 7 foot 7 is from the average, the established average sidewalk height.
It is from, okay.
Yeah, the plans that we submitted for site plan approval show that.
Okay, so help me, so we are saying that there is some wiggle room, or we're saying that there's even less wiggle room and now we're even taller than we think we are?
No, we're saying exactly what we've been.
Okay, there may be some wiggle room
Yeah.
because.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's only my opinion. I mean, we'll find out what the rest of the council has to say, and, but, yeah, there you go. I think it's, my 2 cents are in the hat.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Urban. Anybody else, questions or comments about the variances or the project as a whole?
Yes, just to clarify, the variance for the driveways is specifically to preserve the tree, is that right?
Yes, sir.
There's
Okay.
no way to do it without.
Very good.
Yeah.
Any questions or comments from the audience? You guys good? Do I have a motion to approve the resolution as is, you guys?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Martin. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Vice Mayor Perrella. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Am I allowed to ask for clarification before I vote on something?
No, we gotta vote, man.
No, yeah, he can ask.
gotta vote.
Then I have to vote no.
You could ask for clarification.
Say it louder.
My vote is no.
What is no?
No. Vice Mayor Perrella.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Take care. Next resolution is, yeah.
Next is, G4.
Oh, G5 we're doing. The carport is still the same address?
G4, resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, granting site plan approval for renovation of a one-story residence at 286 Northeast 87th Street in Zone 3 suburban residence in the Village of El Portal. An application by Daniel Riley, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for violation of conditions, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. If you want to give a quick.
We voted already on the site plan and we're on to the resolutions.
No, I think this is the site plan for this one. The other one was 89th Street, right?
The
No.
site plan has been voted on. Now we're going into the 3 variances in one.
There'll be 3 variances.
These are, no, that was George Formento owner, right?
We
Yeah,
already
we're
did-
at 286 Northeast 87th Street.
We're at G5, the carport conversion.
We did G4? I thought that was what we just voted on was G3. Am I confused here?
Yeah, you are the record.
Sorry. Okay,
G5.
G5, sorry, I'll read that. resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, authorizing the approval of variances for a carport conversion, driveway separation, and wing wall as requested by Daniel Riley, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for appeal, providing for violation of conditions, providing for an effective date, and that's also in regard to 286 Northeast 87th Street.
So we voted on the site plan and we spoke about the variances, that the variances are in a different resolution, even though the variances we spoke about in the first. Does anybody have anything they want to say?
Well, so these are not severed, these are together, is that correct?
No, you have to, one is for variances, the other is site plan.
What I mean is there's three variances. The three variances
Oh, yes, sir.
are not severed, they are together, is that correct?
Unless you move to amend that in some way.
You guys are gonna hate me. I move to sever the three variances.
Point of order. What are we doing here?
I'm sorry, the only reason that I think, that I'm asking for a clarification is because the permit department, when it comes to permit, they come to me, and
That's
they
right.
ask me, if it's all in one, I have to explain that you guys voted all in one. I've never seen it like this before, and that's why I
Never.
told her to make the clarification, because it's 3 variances.
And what
In
is
one.
it you said, I'm sorry, Councilperson Erba?
I made a motion to sever the three variances and consider them individually.
Wait now. Point of order. Have we not just done 2 of them already? We've done 1. We've done the site plan. What's the next one?
The
We
three
have-
variances, as I understand
Whoa,
them.
Attorney, I'm trying to talk to the lady.
Yes, ma'am.
So, right, we have one approval of a site plan that was the first resolution, and the second resolution has all 3 variances combined, but it's been moved to sever the 3 variances to different votes.
Which are the 3 variances?
Yeah, the carport conversion, and the wing wall that exceeds 6 feet in height, and the 2 driveways that are proposed are not within the separations that are required for the code.
Mr. Attorney,
Yes, ma'am.
is this appropriate?
Well, you can certainly move to sever the 3 and ask that there be a vote on each variance separately, yes.
Okay.
Um,
Continue.
I have made that motion.
Um,
That motion is on the table, by the way.
It makes a difference if one of your number does not want to vote yes or no on all 3. If nobody cares, then you can consider them together. But if someone does not want to vote yes or no on all 3, they can ask to have them severed, so they can consider them individually. Sometimes if a variance fails, the project can't go forward
That's right.
without site plan approval, but I can't tell you whether each of these variances is absolutely necessary for them to go ahead with their project. They might be able to tell you that, but I can't.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yeah, Council President.
It sounds like something's wrong here, Mr. Attorney. If you're gonna bring a project before us, it can't be severed, do this, do that, do this. Seems to me that you've told us it should come holistically so that we know that this is going to impact this, and that's why they need that. The reason why we need the second one, because it's gonna impact this, and because we need the third one, it's gonna make it all whole. What I'm hearing now is 3 different whatevers to get something done that I don't know what it's gonna look like. Is it gonna be a bear? Is it gonna be a lion? I can't figure out what's really going on with this. This is not the way we do it.
I have to say, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, that we have certainly considered multiple variances together, but it is not impermissible to ask that they be considered separately. If it turns out that one of them failing dooms the whole project, well, you need to hear that from the applicant if that's the case, but it's not improper for one of your number to say, I might be for one variance and against the different.
I see.
He has the right to say that, but one member does not direct the council. That would be a council decision as to whether to sever them for individual votes. But he could certainly note how he feels in casting his vote, but he certainly has the right to ask that there be separate votes, and what the effect would be of voting one up and one down and, I don't know, one sideways or
That's right,
something.
that's right.
You could ask the applicant. It's a little unusual, but he's within his rights.
All right. Given your rights, without trying to ignore that, you're trying to fix something or build something that's not there right now. Or you're trying to make something that's there right now even better. Tell me what you're trying to do, because
It's-
right now, it's getting to be kind of way out there. What are we doing here?
It's an existing home that is being renovated and updated completely.
I got it.
Basically, using the existing footprint to not be aggressive with the site, because they love the overgrown trees, they love the canopy, they don't want to overbuild on the property. So it is an existing house with existing footprint that's being renovated
Okay.
and updated to today, to their
And you were
lifestyle.
informed to do it this way?
Yep.
To do the three different, separate,
Well,
that protocol?
the way it's filed, that's the way we were told to.
Okay.
I think they did come back. You did come back. I remember seeing you, correct? The front called you to come back to make it 3 because that was a confusion. And I just
Yeah.
even asked her for the language. Does the language support all 3? And she's, does the language support all 3? Yeah, in the resolution, it supports all 3. It's just very confusing. Like I was telling the manager, when I give it to the front, they're gonna come back to me and they're gonna be like, well, I don't, I mean.
As it's written, yes, it's, all 3 are in this one resolution, but it definitely can be separated in 3 resolutions.
And there's a
That's-
motion, right?
That's
So I think we
definitely
should,
doable.
we probably could have rocketed through all 3 of them.
That's right.
So there's a motion.
There is a motion.
I was just waiting until because I didn't know if people wanted to
I
vote on it
know, I
now.
get you.
Thank you very much, Councilperson.
I'll
Martin.
second
Thank you very
Councilmember
much. So we
Urban's
have a
motion.
motion, we have a second with the separation of the 3 variances. All right, so Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call for this?
Roll call, Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella. Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so now they're separated. So now let's take the motion, let's take these one at a time. What's the first one we're talking about?
Carport conversion.
Okay, carport conversion. Is there anything anybody wants to say about the carport conversion?
No.
Take the wing wall last.
All right, carport conversion, okay.
Okay.
Do you have a motion to approve the carport conversion?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Martin. Do
Second.
you have a second? Second by second by Councilperson Urban. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call for the carport conversion?
Roll call, Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we're taking the wing wall last. The next thing is the next
Driveway separation.
driveway separation.
Okay.
I just want to say one thing.
One
Okay,
thing.
Councilperson Urban, driveway
Please don't take the carport variance lightly. That is a huge deal. You have no idea what just happened right now. And so please do not take lightly
Noted.
that carport variance. So well done on the application, sincerely, because that's miraculous level work. So there you go.
Thank
Yep.
you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We're at the driveway separation. Any more comments or questions about the driveway separation from the council?
What are we talking about? Separating the driveway from
Give
the
it-
premises?
Can we give a quick explanation about the driveway separation?
The code requires that there's 2 separate driveways that are going to lead into the property, and the code has a specific distance, which would be 50% of the total lot coverage as a space between those 2 separate driveways. The property is not very wide, and there is a very old specimen tree, I think it's an oak tree,
There's several,
that they did not want to move it. They could move it to get that separation, but that that is at a risk to the tree. It may not survive, so it's better just to, the most conservative thing to do for the survival of the tree is to not move it or demolish it or, remove it entirely. So that was pretty much the reason why they're requesting this, this reduction in the space that they're supposed to have between the
So the
driveways.
attorney just did this, you're trying to make it one,
Move the
No.
driveways together so you don't mess with.
right with the tree. That's it, okay, that's all I'm looking for. Come on, let's keep this thing simple, guys.
Yeah,
I agree.
perfect. Thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. I agree. Anybody else for the driveway conversion? No, driveway separation.
Separation.
No, we're good. Anybody in the audience, driveway separation? All right. Do I have a motion to approve the driveway separation? Moved by Vice Mayor Perella. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Roll
for
call.
the driveway
Councilperson Martin.
separation?
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Oh, yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you very
Got
much.
three?
That's two miracles. That's
Next-
two miracles.
Next, we're talking about the, what's the name
Let's
of
go for
it?
3.
The wing wall. Wing wall. So we're talking about the wing wall. You guys, questions or comments about the wing wall?
I do have a comment about the wing wall,
Now,
Okay,
listen,
we-
but
hold
I
on.
will keep it so brief.
Okay.
I've said
All
it.
right.
I've said it twice, so I will keep it very brief. The reason given for the need for this variance, I do not feel meets the criteria for granting the variance.
That's your opinion.
That is, of course, my opinion. Yes.
Okay.
And you feel
do
that?
not think it should be approved? Is that
Correct.
what I'm hearing, Mayor?
That is what you're hearing.
Okay, very good.
All right. All right, Councilperson Erbaum, you feel that way simply because you don't think it should be approved
I
because?
appreciate the applicant's explanation of the reality of the elevation at the right-of-way versus the elevation at the at the house, at the setback appointed where the wall will be created, right? I would be always more than willing to look at an application that more clearly articulated the specific need or what the consequence would be of having the extra height. If it is negligible because there is a drop in the elevation of the property, I would be more than willing to consider that. In this moment, what's presented in front of me, I cannot get behind, and that's where I'm at, so.
All right, thank you very much, Councilperson Erbaum. Any other questions or comments from the council about the, this particular item?
Quick comment.
Yes.
The fact that in the code, wing walls are treated differently, and then also in my mind, when I think about some of the reasons why we insisted on that 6-foot, adherence to that 6-foot height, when it came to fences, as far as security and visibility and all those things, I think some of those issues aren't necessarily present with the wing walls, so I'm okay with this application because it seems like their wing wall could be a lot higher if they chose to. Based on the code. So that's why I'm okay with it, but I also support your efforts to standardize things because I think that's really important, that people know what to expect and that variances are actually variant from the norm. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Councilperson Martin. From the council, any other questions or comments about the wing wall?
I do. Will
Councilperson.
this make it whole? Will this do what you all want it to do? This last vote?
Yes. Yes,
And you won't be coming back talking about, well, I gotta tear it down and do it something, okay, all right, okay now,
Yes.
okay.
All right, thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Any other questions or comments about the wing wall? Hearing none from the council, any questions or comments about the wing wall in the audience? You didn't put your hand up, did you? Okay, all right, no problem. Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the wing wall?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Martin. Was that a second, Vice Mayor Perella?
I'll second.
You can say something?
And again, the wing wall is also, it's not a front fence. It's second setback, which means it's about 25 feet off the road, right? Yeah, okay.
Okay. And then he gave a second also, Vice Mayor? And he gave a second also. We had the motion by Councilperson Martin. We had a second by Vice Mayor Perella. Madam Clerk, for the wing wall, may I please have a roll call, please?
Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
No.
Vice Mayor Perella.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
4-1. Motion passes.
All right, thank you very much.
There's something wrong with that parliamentary, he gave this, the thing, and then he's gonna say no.
Appreciate that, you guys. Thank you very much. We're moving on to the next resolution. It's Resolution G6.
Yes, sir.
Attorney Geller.
Urban County Qualification Agreement. Resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal, Miami-Dade County, Florida, entering into an urban qualification cooperation agreement for the Miami-Dade County Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnerships Program funds for fiscal year 2024, 2025, and 2026, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. This is basically business as usual, you guys. It's not really talk about. We're into the tedious, boring, official stuff. But do we have any questions or comments about this agreement? We're good. Questions or comments from the audience? Hearing none, seeing none, we're good. Do I have a motion to approve Resolution G6, the Urban County Qualification Agreement?
You don't have a choice, of course.
Of course. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward is a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Erbaum. Madam Clerk, make us a roll call on this, please.
Roll call, Councilperson Martin. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella.
Yes.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, appreciate that. Moving on to G7, Attorney Gill.
Yes, sir. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal of Miami-Dade County, Florida, providing for the replacement of the front windows of the Village Hall chamber of the Village Hall property for the Village of El Portal of Miami-Dade County, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
All right, so if you guys look at those windows, not the
Yeah.
doors, but those windows on the side,
Yes.
if you guys on the way out, just on the way out, just do me a favor on the way out. Just go there and just tap them really quickly with your finger. Now, don't tap it too hard because it might break. Those windows are from like 1920 something, and we need hurricane-proof windows, and that's what this is about. Do we have any questions or comments from the council?
Yes.
All right.
Why we
Councilperson-
just doing it? Because we got the best city manager that we've ever had, that's why.
All right, that's why we're doing it. We're
That's
feeling
why
we're
we
feeling
doing
good,
it.
y'all, because we're getting close to the end of the meeting. All right, so do I have a motion to approve Resolution G7?
Yes. Motion
Yes,
approved.
moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilperson Erbaum. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call, Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Erbaum.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella. Mayor Nickerson.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
thank you very much.
Finally. How
Next,
many years is that panel?
for a long time.
Uh-huh.
Next, we're talking about Resolution G8, Attorney Geller.
Resolution of the Village Council of El Portal, Florida, approving an amended contract for the village clerk, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
All right, you guys, so there was a contract to this. There was also a pay discrepancy
That's
from going back years and years and years. I just want to say, before we get started on this, with the pay discrepancy, you guys were emailed some paperwork on that. The clerk does, keep in mind with all of this, the clerk does have currently in her current budget for this year, things that were budgeted for this particular year that weren't used, even with her salary, her travel and per diem, her with the election, with the education and training, with her advertisement. We have $46,297 still remaining in her current budget that was budgeted for this year that has not been used.
Very good.
And you guys know we're down to the last week of this fiscal year.
That's
It'll be
right.
over Sunday's the 1st. So Saturday or Sunday's the 1st. With that being said, open up to council, questions or comments?
I'd like to say something. We also have enough funding within this fiscal year to pay it out before the end of the month as well.
Very good.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, in operating funds.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. Questions or comments from the council before I go to the residents? Hearings.
I do,
Oh.
just a little comment. So this predates me a little bit. So this is all things that were owed to the clerk that we just never did.
Yeah,
right?
it's things that were owed to the clerk that were never did, and it's things that are owed to the clerk because of past
Agreements.
past problems.
Okay.
Past problems from the people that used to do, the individual that used to do payroll back before we changed.
Okay, so you guys did some sort of a analysis, found some
Oh, yeah.
issues,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you were like, hey, this is what we need to do
Yeah.
to like execute what we agreed upon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
the result of an
Oh.
audit. Yeah, this is the
Yeah.
result of an audit.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Just-
absolutely.
Just
Yeah.
want to clarify that.
No,
Long
thank you very much.
overdue.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion to approve by Councilperson Urban. Do I have a second? Second by Vice Mayor Perrella. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Oh, yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perrella. Mayor Nickerson.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys very
you.
much.
Yeah,
Like I
fine.
said, you guys, remember I said this last meeting, and that's why I love you all up here. Best council I've ever been with. I've been up here for a long time. Unfortunately, we have the role of cleaning up
Yeah.
what was
we
done in
did.
the past, and that's what we're doing.
And thanks for the attorney that makes sure we get it all cleaned up.
Yeah, thanks to everybody. Make sure
Yeah.
we get up. Thanks to you, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. You helping me clean it up. All right, so here we go. G9.
G9, a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of El Portal of Miami-Dade County, Florida, accepting the proposal from David Plummer and Associates to provide engineering services in connection with installation and maintenance of 25-mile-per-hour speed limit signs in the village, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
This is a good thing. Do we have any questions or comments about this resolution from the council?
We keep this person, Mr. Mayor, Dr. Ward.
Go ahead, Councilperson Lightfoot.
Name the person on that list, that, what you just said?
David Plummer and Associates.
Okay, David is always the person that gives us these kinds of heads up, right? This is the same David, right? David Plummer.
No.
David Plummer is a company that
Yeah.
we did a
Yes.
selection, through our competitive bid process to conduct our traffic study, mobility study,
Yeah,
and
I
to
just want
assist us
everybody
as
to
we
know.
lower the speed limit.
Yes.
So they are providing this engineering service that is required by Miami-Dade County that requires that there be an analysis done with the existing speed limit signs and then what needs to be in place, and then the changing of the speed limit signs. So they have to present an engineering program to the
Understood.
county.
This is our engineering company,
Y-
and
it's-
has been that way for years.
No, it's been
Okay.
for about 1 year because we
good.
selected them through a competitive bid process,
very good.
that they are only traffic engineers. So we did a competitive bid process and
You know
selected
why
them.
I'm asking, because it comes up time and time again, why you don't ever get, no, we did get 3, we did everything we needed to do. So I'm making that known so that phone calls stop. City manager knows what she's doing. So we're here now. We're here, doing this, what we need to do, been talking about doing, now we're here. I'm ready for a vote.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion on this item yet? Can I have a motion on item G9, the traffic signs engineering services?
So move.
Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Urban. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perrella. Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda items, you guys. The first one is discussion on the village attorney, RFP and possible action. And I think this wraps around the RFP. I'm going to turn this over to Councilperson Martin, because I think she might have something she might want to say on this.
Okay.
Councilperson Martin, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's really brief. I just want to make sure that the village is getting the adequate bang for its buck. I want to make sure that our legal needs are being adequately met, and whether that is with outside counsel or someone more in-house. I think just going out and getting a couple RFPs, just so we understand what's out there, would be something that's beneficial for us. So I would love to go out for an RFP and figure out what the process is for that.
I'm going to ask any other questions or comments from the council, but Attorney Geller, do you have a statement you want to make?
Well, it's certainly the pleasure of council. I will just say that, in reviewing some council records, I saw that during the period before I came, in a couple of years, between 18 and 20, about $88,000 was spent on outside counsel. Since I came back here in the end of 20, the only thing we've spent money on is the firm that provided our bond counsel. I think same firm did a small thing. So I think I've saved the village a lot of money in terms of that. We've begun a survey of some nearby villages. Miami Shores next door pays $17,000 a month, and that doesn't include everything. They have a lot of other things that they're billed for, like labor negotiations, that we don't. We just have, done all of that under our general retainer. I don't know of any others I've found yet that do it as cheaply as $8,000 a month. And I'll just say that, in addition to that, the council is not just getting, we don't shunt this off to some young associate. We don't have some 2-year or 5-year lawyer handle things. Generally, it's me. I've practiced for 40 years. I know what I'm doing. And when I couldn't be here, and I sent my partner Skip Miller, he's practiced over 30. So I think that you're getting very good service, and frankly, at a rate that's well below market. If you're interested in this, perhaps I could come back to you for next meeting and give you a more thorough representation of what other nearby similarly situated cities are paying. We've asked for some records from them. I didn't get all of them. I got Miami Shores. We'd asked for Surfsides. We expect to get that. And so if you're interested, before you decide to do that, you may want to just let me complete getting some survey of what other cities are paying. I think you're getting not only good bang for the buck, but frankly, very good representation in the sense that, like I said, you're not getting work either double billed or extra work. We're not doing outside counsel, and we don't shove it off on some young associate. So if you want to proceed forward with it, certainly it's your privilege, but you might want to at least let me present you with what some other cities besides the one that I got are doing. That's your decision, of course. We appreciate the opportunity to represent you.
And we appreciate you. One of my main issues has been, I'm not sure what we're being billed for. Like, I've requested just an analysis on how many hours is spent on village business with you or your firm, and the response that I got, and maybe that's an incorrect response, was that there's no way for us to verify how many hours. So really, there's no way for me to deduce exactly how much we're paying for the representation. So if you're just spending an hour a week, then decidedly that's a horrible deal for the city, so for the village. So in my request for a proposal, obviously you and your firm are free to submit as well, and maybe with a more clearly delineated idea of like how many hours is being spent on village business, and also what type of requests and what sort of turnaround time we can expect on some of those requests. That would be helpful.
And let me just say that how much we're charging is very transparent. It's per contract. It's $8,000 a month. If you calculate the rate that we are supposed to receive if we were billing you for hourly services, which we have not to this point, but that 8,000 divided by the $225 an hour rate that we charge the village. Let's see if I'm doing it right. It comes to approximately 9 hours a week that we're charging you for. And we don't keep hourly bills. I've done this for 6 cities when there's a retainer. Typically, we don't keep hourly bills. If the council was interested in paying on an hourly basis, we would certainly be amenable to charging by the hour if that was something you preferred. I don't think that would save you money by any stretch. I think it would cost you more. But
I'm not proposing that you charge us hourly. I'm saying that most law firms determine their profitability by looking at how many hours their attorneys are working on a matter and how much money that matter brings in. So partners and associates are judged based on those billable hours, and then through the billable hours, it's determined whether or not that account is profitable or not. Being a former attorney, being married to an attorney, I find it hard to believe that there's just no sort of tracking of hours and the profitability of a matter that is within a law firm, but I might be completely lost as to how it's done at your firm. But for me and my ability to compare apples to apples and see what type of deal we're getting. I would love to see what that hourly breakdown looks like, and if you could provide that through the RFP process, that would be great. And I think then we would be on an even footing to make a sound decision on the type of legal representation that we can obtain for that $90,000. And I stand by that position. And I think I want to ask if the correct move now would be to put out an RFP for legal services for the village of El Portal.
Yeah, so what we'll do, Councilperson Martin, did you want to respond? Attorney Gill?
It's your privilege to do that, and I just said, before you make your decision, if you want to find out what other neighboring cities are paying, we're prepared to provide that, but if that's not relevant to your decision, then there's no sense in that. That's up to you.
For the council, or do you guys have any questions or comments? What do you all think about first seeing what other municipalities are providing or what other municipalities are billing, or do you guys feel like you want to have the motion, the second, and have the vote on whether we should go put out an RFP or not? Only reason why I say vote is because, just to get it on the record that, and get it through to that process. The RFP process will be putting it out by, it'll be through administration. Madam Manager, last time we did the RFP for attorney, it goes through administration?
Yes, it was through me and Councilperson Urban. We conducted the RFP process.
So we could do it through administration. Only reason why I say voting on it is because since he's a chartered officer, when it comes to the clerk, the manager, the attorney, all decisions are made by us. It's not like, so I just don't want to put the administration into a situation where she's like, okay, the council told me to do an RFP, but it was never voted on. And if Attorney Geller feels like, well, Christia, you're not over me because we're the same, we're equal as chartered officers. So so I would say let's go through with a vote and just vote to open up to an RFP and make it official.
That's right.
I can take that clarification.
All right, so that's a motion?
Yes.
Motion
I
by-
move to open up the RFP for legal services for the village.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Martin. Oh, any last questions or comments from the council, from the audience? I'm good? Okay.
Just one comment. I do think it is healthy to periodically revisit every position, and so I know that we have discussed. We're into a new era. We're talking about addressing CFO, for example, right? I will say this quickly though. One thing I have always appreciated in the attorney's reports is the sign-off of we have not been sued and we have not sued anyone. Now, personally, I would like us to start suing polluters. I would like the village to start suing people. Absolutely, I really would. However, I will say that I do not take that lightly. I know it's generally said tongue-in-cheek with some humor behind it, but I do greatly appreciate this sentiment.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Councilperson Martin. Oh, any last questions or comments from the council? Audience, we're good. We have a motion by Councilperson Martin. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second to open up for an RFP from Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call for the opening up position to our RFP process?
Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear her.
She said yes.
Oh, okay. Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
No.
Vice Mayor Pirella.
Not at this moment, no.
Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 3-2.
Thank you very much. The next agenda item. Discuss the creation of the Arts Committee Board in the Village of El Portal. Councilperson Martin.
I want to make this so fast, guys. We know that arts are super important in the community, but we don't have the bandwidth to do everything it takes to make sure that we take advantage of every opportunity to create these meaningful connections with either artists in our village or art museums in the area. So there are a few residents that are artistically inclined that suggested this, and I thought it was a great force multiplier. So I would love to to create an arts committee, and I'm just wondering, how do I go about formally doing that?
So you want to create an arts committee of residents?
Yes, these would be residents, and their responsibility would be to create connections with local artists and kind of see how we can utilize them, organize art-based events, and also enhance our built environment through the addition of art.
Oh, that's going to be wonderful. Actually, it's funny because for my State of the Village, part of the State of the Village, I'm going to be introducing a company that for the elderly does art therapy.
Awesome.
And so they really, I went to a few of their events. It's amazing. Like they'll have, through their art therapy, you'll have like, you know, people 80, 90 years old. They'll be going through and having memories of when they were like 20, 10 years old, of dead relatives, and you see the emotion, everybody's crying, and like, it's really, really nice, it's art therapy. And so I'm gonna be giving them a little spot in this informational exposition that's coming up. It's gonna be really, really nice. But so all you have to do is, we'll have to vote as a council so that you can establish it. And because I did the same thing for the sustainability, I had to do the same thing. And so you can be the liaison, or you can choose a liaison, you know, like since you know what you're doing, you should probably be the liaison.
Do I?
You know what you're doing, Councilperson.
I like art.
You'll be the liaison. That way, you set it up how you want to. You know, I set up the Sustainability and Resiliency Task Force with it was at least minimum 5 members, and we have 5 voting members. And I think so. You have to create your bylaws. I can give you the sustainability bylaws, and you can look at them and take out what you want and whatever. You had to create your bylaws, and you know, like in my bylaws, I pretty much followed kind of like how we run our council. That's kind of how I did my bylaws, and I put in how many voting members we could have, because I didn't want to have too many voting members. So I think it's minimum 5 or something like that we have on the board at a time or whatever, and we could have up to, I think it was like 9 is a total. But then we could have like non-voting members. We could have probably like a committee. I think I put up to 22 or something like that.
But not decisions I need to make right now. I can just
no.
to create
what we're
going
to
to
do, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'm wasting time. People get tired. I know we're going to go home, y'all.
No worries.
Yeah, so anyway, we can talk about that later. Let's give her committee. All right. Any other questions or comments about this?
Can I interject? I'm
Yes.
sorry. That board is also subject to the same thing as you guys are. They have
Yeah.
to meet, and they can't, the same thing, they have to have minutes, they have to have that recorded.
Yeah.
Everything
For
like you guys do,
Yeah.
they have to go through it too.
Yeah.
So that's the process,
Yeah.
the same process.
Yes,
For
you have to
sure.
pick somebody who does the minutes. I mean, I do the minutes for the task force, for the Sustainability Resiliency Task Force. I do the minutes, so we'll have the meetings. I'll do the minutes and things like that, and I'll record them, and then I'll email them out to everybody for the next meeting. Same way we do at our meeting. Like I'll make the agenda at the beginning of the agenda, or the minutes from the last meeting and stuff like that. I do all that type of stuff. So yeah, but they definitely have to go through. So all my members, they have to go to the same ethics trainings that we go to. They have to go to those ethics trainings. I keep all their certificates or whatever, so I keep that in my files. And so, yeah.
Great.
All right.
Let's start it.
No questions or comments. Do I have a motion to approve the new?
Do I move it?
I'll move. So moved.
All right. So we're moved by Councilperson Urban. Do we have a second? Second by Vice Mayor Perella. Madam Clerk, may I please have the roll call for the approval of the Arts Committee Board by Councilperson Martin?
Is this for visual arts only?
No, not at all. All arts are welcomed.
There you go. All right. All right. Any last comments or questions? Audience member, audience council, we're good? We're good. Okay. You didn't say your name and address for the record, but we'll take it. So we know it's late. We'll take the yell out from the back row. We'll take it this time. Madam Clerk, may I please have a roll call, please?
Sure. Roll call. Councilperson Martin.
Yes.
Councilperson Lightfoot Ward.
Yes.
Councilperson Urban.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perella. Mayor Nickerson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-9.
Congratulations, Councilperson Martin. We're here to support you however you need. Moving right along, the village manager reports. Madam Manager.
Okay, I'm going to make this extremely brief. It is an 11-page document that is already on the village website. I've already circulated it to members of the council. But of everything, I just think that what stands out most is that we will be discontinuing our electric shuttle service effective Friday, October 13th. That's its last complete, full scheduled voyage. We just had so much, or not enough ridership to sustain the project, and it was 2 years. In December, it would have been 2 years that we had the shuttle, but so we're going to move on to another project that will benefit our village, which will be the speed limit reduction and working on those roads, working on road issues that will make our village safer. Outside of that, I'm also going to be presenting something to everyone regarding our new and improved book collection program. I met with some young students who live here in El Portal who wanted to take on the project of doing book collections on the west side and on this east side, and then just servicing the little library, but also wrapping in the public library van that comes every Monday. So there will be an information campaign coming very soon, and you'll see more books being circulated throughout the village for free. So take a book and drop a book will be the project, and you'll hear more about that. If anyone has any questions about anything that's on the manager's report to council and community, please feel free to contact me directly, and I'll respond accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Manager. Appreciate it. You guys see my report that's there. Moving right along. Village Attorney reports. Attorney Geller.
Nobody has sued us. We've not sued anyone. I will comment that you've all received from me a proposed new amended ordinance on short-term rentals. I haven't got any comments since I sent it out, so please let me know your thoughts on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next is good and welfare. Anybody can come and talk about anything at all, anything that's on your mind. You have 3 minutes, name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes to do so.
Mr.
Hearing,
Mayor,
yes, go ahead, Councilperson
I've got
Lightfoot Ward.
one. I don't know how many people got the important notice from the supervisor of elections. If you didn't get it, it says basically that they have completed what is known as the precincting. And it aligns the precinct boundary lines with the political district lines that were changed during 2022 redistricting process. These changes were made to improve the elections. As a result, please note your precinct number. This is for everybody, so I want to put it on the record. Polling place or both may have changed. Enclosed is a new voter information card. Please review it carefully. If you didn't get that, what do they do? Call Miami-Dade city clerk, village clerk. What do they do? Because it doesn't tell you. It just simply says
let me-
addition, verify it.
If someone did not receive the notice from the County Board of Elections
Hold on, let me-
with their updated voter registration cards, who should they be contacting?
I got the number.
Let me-
Yeah, Christina, the Office of Elections.
The Office of
Yes,
Elections.
because that's where you get it. On the website, though, I do have information, especially when the upcoming elections for
Mhm.
next year. I always put as much information out there where they should be registering for early voting if they want to and all that stuff. Yeah.
That's right.
But I think that what she received, and that's what I was discussing, because she put it here and I read it, it was that they were talking about being in another precinct for us, which there
That's
isn't.
right.
And I would be the first one to find out.
They didn't
voting.
change
No,
it, right?
yeah, all my information was the same.
That's
For
what
voting.
I'm getting at. This came out. The
Oh,
village
okay,
clerk
I'm
knows-
sorry, he needs to extend it, by ordinance, we have to extend the meeting before we can continue this meeting, because we have one at 11 o'clock, it's our deadline.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock?
So moved.
Moved by Councilperson Urban. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none, go back. You can continue.
I'm gonna inquire about it, but the first person that they should be telling is me, because I'm the one who actually relays the messages to the residents, and if there's another existing, but I can't
Well,
see
this
anywhere
was-
else.
It was a standard form
It's
letter
standard.
that was accompanied with, everyone essentially included a new voter registration card.
That's right.
With the notice saying, check it,
Just in case your
Because your
piece-
because your polling place or whatever might have changed. For me, nothing had changed.
Nothing
And I
changed.
imagine most of El Portal residents, nothing has changed. However, it's a standard form letter mailed out to all the residents of the
Yeah,
county.
as far as
So-
I'm concerned, if there would be any changes, I would be the first one to know. So this is still everybody's precinct, 159.
Okay. Just thought I'd give that heads up, since you take public affairs is supposed to be in the affair. I have also, I'm gonna leave it on the piano or with the clerk, 25 resources that provide financial help for seniors. I looked up the population here. While we got young people moving in, there are considerably elderly people here in the village, and resources are not necessarily what they used to be. So, Madam Clerk, you tell me where you want this, and it's here. It's very, very interesting. If people don't have it, they should have it. Give it to your parents. I don't care what you do with it, but it's serious. And I was able to procure it just because of curiosity.
All right, thank you very much, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. If you guys do come to the State of the Village, the informational exposition, I have a lot of stuff, a lot of individuals going to be speaking during my State of the Village about a lot of focus on children, a lot of focus on our elderly. So you definitely want to be there. And thank you, Councilperson Lightfoot Ward, for the support also on the State of the Village. Appreciate you.
And I also wanted to say to everyone that if you don't know already, the presidential preference primary is March 19th, 2024. The primary election is on August 20th, 2024. November the 5th, 2024 is the general election. So we're definitely having elections next year, and make sure you got your right card. That's what that thing from the village clerk was all about.
All right.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Good and welfare. Name and address for the record.
Yes, Scott Kobrick, 8525 Northeast 4th Avenue Road. And I just had a couple of, I'm not sure if there's the right format here, but I saw on the agenda in the, mayor's report, something about the launch at Little River project development. I just had a question, is there going to be some sort of meeting in the near future regarding that project?
Yeah, once they have to go through planning and zoning, they have to go through the same type of thing. It'll be planning and zoning, it'll be council meetings, it'll be all that type of stuff. They haven't even passed through the first building site plan stuff.
Okay, so the thing that was in the mayor report was just to let us know about that?
Yeah, because we had the meetings about it. Myself, the village manager, we had the meetings
Got it.
for it.
And then the same question relating to the trailer park.
Trailer park is there's no buyer yet. Trailer park is still up for being sold. I think last looked it was 90-something million. Is it over 100 million, wasn't it? It's like 102.
Okay.
100. Yeah, yeah. So it's a lot of money. So I don't see it selling anytime soon.
So how will I know, when those meetings will be on the agenda, when those items will be on the agenda?
Are you on the email list?
I don't think so.
So you need to speak to the clerk.
Okay.
And get on the email list.
Okay, perfect.
All right, and you'll get emailed all of these, everything.
Great.
when it
And
comes
then
out.
the other thing is just regarding, you said, I think you said that there was going to be a meeting in October regarding the.
Yes, the date is not set yet, but
Okay.
yes.
I probably won't be at that, but if I wanted to propose what I mentioned earlier with, the working hours, ordinance change and so on and so forth, what would be the process to do that?
Similar, it could start with different committees, but there's no reason it can't start with code enforcement, and at least be, it might end up going to another committee before it makes it to the full council, but it's certainly a place where it can start. And so it's already in consideration and is already planning to be addressed.
Okay.
With, it's going to be a comprehensive look at the entire full spectrum of the noise ordinances.
If I'm not able to be present at the meeting, is there any way for me to sort of submit a proposal or give my opinion?
You certainly can always email the clerk to disseminate information to full council, and you're more than welcome to email me directly with those points, and I have no problem telling you I will give them consideration even without you being present.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anybody else for good and welfare before we
Just
leave?
one quick thing.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Councilperson.
so we all know babies are super cute, but they're also very expensive. And there are some people in our community that have babies but have issues providing diapers and clothes for them. So the Village of El Portal is entering into an agreement with Miami Diaper Bank. There's going to be a diaper collection box placed in Village Hall. If you have diapers that your kid grew out of, I know mine's grew out of diapers super quick. Instead of throwing them away, you should drop them off to Village Hall once the box is installed. Also, gently used clothing items. That would be a tremendous use up to a lot of really awesome but needy families in our community. So once that diaper box is installed, we will send out some flyers, and I hope that everybody spreads the words to their neighbors to come and drop those items off.
I can't wait to get some stuff out of my house. Is there a tentative timeline for having that show up?
Oh, it's imminent, hopefully within the next couple weeks or so. I think we're executing an agreement.
And I know everybody loves to hear. I have one last thing to say. And this is for the EMT team, the emergency management team. We have present tonight is the manager and the mayor. I know Philippi out there is falling apart and is going to become a remnant low in the next 5 days. However, I just would like to be that person and say, please don't lose track of this one. If it would ever regain strength at any point beyond its forecasted disintegration, its path still is making a beeline for us. I will not stop watching Philippi until it is gone. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Councilperson Urban. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Councilperson Martin. Very good with the diaper. Appreciate it. Name and address for the record.
Charles Winters, 377 85th Street. Hello again. I emailed everyone on the council and the mayor a few weeks ago. I want to do a donation to Horace Mann Middle School. I want to give their whole orchestra all the instruments they need. I'm having trouble getting through to everyone. The teacher has contacted me multiple times. The teacher needs it. Mayor says he's having trouble getting a hold of the principal. So if you guys can read through your email where I sent, I think only one person replied to me. I need help.
I mean, from all we have to do is get in touch with the principal, and then that's it. I mean, so we can all hit her up.
Okay, everyone show up there with some picket signs?
With some signs, and we'll get it done. Don't worry about it. I've been up there twice.
Try bringing donuts first.
I've been up there twice. She one time she was off campus, and other time she was busy in meetings. I just couldn't sit there, all day. I was telling Mr. Winters, I said, I'll go up there again. I said, three times is a charm, but 3 strikes and you're out. I'll be picking it next, but I'm going to go up there again for a third time.
What is this for? You're asking for
Horace Mann Middle School.
Horace Mann,
is
I
a
live right
magnet
behind
school
it.
in Miami.
I live right behind it.
And we were called in to assess their instruments about a year and a half ago, and they brought us into instruments that were too difficult for any person to play. They needed tens of thousands of dollars in repairs for things that weren't worth tens of thousands of dollars. So I got together with a man named Jay Ifshin. Jay Ifshin is an alumni of Horace Mann. He has one of the biggest violin shops in California. And we put together a large inventory of instruments. And we are ready to set the school up with actual instruments that work so they can teach all the kids and give them the correct training they need in the arts.
I have a keyboard.
They have a keyboard lab.
I have a keyboard. And I've been trying to find a charity to give it to. It's pretty much brand new, and I didn't know. Had I known, because I communicate with the school, had I known you'd have had this and others, had I known. Because there are organizations out there that are, they're disposing of their old ones but they're still operable.
He's saying the challenge now is to actually get in contact with the school to set up the plan to give them the instruments.
And their loss was not in pianos. They had plenty of those.
Keyboards they don't need.
Well, from what I saw, they had a lot. I don't know if they were all functioning at all. I did not see them running at the time I was there.
Okay.
Maybe they all are running. Maybe they're all just
We'll talk again.
anchors. But we were trying to give them violins, violas, cellos, and basses for their orchestra.
Okay, string instruments.
Correct.
Okay.
So I replied to your email.
You were the one,
Yes,
okay.
I replied to your email, but then I think, so not knowing how this was going to evolve, I can't necessarily speak to the mayor like directly about this outside of the context of like a meeting like this. So yeah, kudos to you for coming to this meeting. I'm sure it's all on our radar, and maybe we can all try to get you connected with this principal so this can happen. Because I also went to Horace Mann Middle, and I studied the flute there, and that's where I learned how to play it. So I think it's tremendously important to make sure that those instruments are available to those kids. And yeah, I will go by there myself. I'm sure we all will, and try to get you connected.
Great. Well, I'd love to be on your little arts council, too.
Sold.
One more, actually a few more things, really quickly. The freebie, you're discontinuing in October. I just want to let you know, I think it was a great idea. The reason it didn't work, I talked with a lot of other people, is it didn't go to the airport. Everyone needed it to go to the airport, and it would only go to downtown Miami. But thank you so much for doing that. I would.
But you know, you can go. I mean, some of that's knowledge, but if you go to downtown Miami, you get the Metro Rail. You get to the airport in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep. Like from downtown Miami, you just and the freebie lets you off right in front of the Metro Rail.
Mhm.
Like when you get off on the freebie, it was the
Metro
Metro Rail, the Bright Line, and Metro Mover were all there. You can hop on the Metro. Myself and Village Manager, we would go down, hop on the Metro Rail. We'd be in Government Center in like a minute.
I think everyone was thinking of the freebie to kind of replace an Uber, but for free. I mean, they offer this type of stuff in Tampa too, where they have these little golf carts that drive around Tampa City. You jump on
Yeah.
for free, and they jump off.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they have a tour in Hialeah, and
Yeah.
they drive you all around downtown.
yeah.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
made sense. It was a good idea.
Yeah.
I did want to ask the council what their timeline was on the bathrooms in the children's park here.
So just a recap on that. So what happened was the original contractor was short of some pertinent documents. And so everything had to be essentially restarted. And obviously extra diligence was taken in truly verifying the documents presented from the present contractor. Anyone can correct me on that, but that's essentially what happened. So that's where we're at now.
Has the
I can-
project stopped?
No, the project has restarted. We just got all of the permits approved, so now they're moving ahead with the renovation or the installation. So we're hopeful that we can have that in the next 3 to 4 weeks. But it's only one bathroom, and it's in the tot lot, and it's a unisex family-style
But you
bathroom.
think it'll be done in like 4 weeks?
Yes.
So in government terms, about 6. to
About
8.
6 weeks.
Okay.
As soon as possible, though. But now that we've gotten through the permit process and all of the other, and again, replacing the original contractor, we're full speed ahead, and they're working on it now.
All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else for good and welfare, you guys? Hearing, seeing none. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Moved by Councilperson Lightfoot Ward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilperson Martin. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Hearing none, the regular council meeting for Tuesday, September 26, 2023 is adjourned at 11:15 p.m. Thank you.